Good morning. The House will come back to order. Good to see everyone here today. Bright-eyed, ready to get back to work. Madam Majority Leader. Do you want announcements? We will do announcements and introductions. Rep. Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, it's a special occasion for me here at the Capitol today. This is the first time I've ever had an HD 42 day at the Capitol. These are some of my favorite people in my community. They've been with me from the beginning. I love them so. We've worked so hard in our community, and I'm so glad they're here. So everybody, please give an applause to my friends and neighbors from HD 42. Please stand. You can stand, y'all. It's okay.
Representative Froelich. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee at 1:30 LSBA to hear two bills, airports and transit.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Energy and Environment members. We will be meeting up on adjournment today, not in LSBA, but over in the Old State Library to hear HB 24-1449. Also, tomorrow we will be meeting in the Capitol. I will let you know which room tomorrow. But we are trying not to make people running back and forth across the street. See y'all upon adjournment, 10 minutes upon adjournment.
Thank you. Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, two important announcements. One, I have received permission from the Majority Leader to be absent on Friday at 12:30, and to the approval of our colleagues. Wonderful. And my second announcement is it is April 17th, which means happy birthday, Ari Edison Woodrow. 10 years. I am so proud of you. I love you so much.
Aww, yay. Happy birthday. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to remind everybody that tomorrow is the best day at the Capitol. We have the Sportsman's Caucus will be here. So if you guys remember, they set up a big, huge barbecue out front. You get to taste things that have recently been killed by vehicles and other wonderful stuff. So don't forget, tomorrow is Sportsman's Day here at the caucus.
Thank you. Representative Weissman, or McLaughlin, you have another.
Yeah. Education Committee. Today we have Senate Bill 188, and then tomorrow is a little change, so listen up. We will be meeting in the library, and we will only have three bills. We will have Senate Bill 164 and House Bills 1448 and 1446. Look on your calendar, it is correct, but we will be meeting in the State Library. Thanks.
Thank you. Rep. Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Good morning again. Two announcements. The first is that the Judiciary Committee will meet at 1:30 today in the Old State Library. We have two bills on our agenda, House Bill 1437 followed by Senate Bill 131. The second announcement is just that I guess I want to announce that I'm really grateful for all the nonpartisan staff who have to be here late and come back here early on nights like last night. I appreciate your dedication and you're keeping this place on the rails.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Business Affairs and Labor will be meeting 10 minutes after adjournment. We will be hearing three bills, 1245 for action only, 1440, and 173. Thanks. And we're in room 112.
Representative Kipp and Basenecker.
Thank you,
Duran.
and we have some guests at the Capitol today. We have some folks from CSU. We'd like to say welcome to
And I'm also privileged to have Daniel from Rocky Mountain High School with me today, shadowing what it means to spend a day in the state legislature, and we're hoping that is just a day and not an evening as well. So thanks for your assistance.
Welcome. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I was really looking forward to reading out a list of people who had not paid their fines, but I think everybody who had fines that were owed down here, you should thank Representative Kipp because she paid them all and we're completely caught up, despite recent legislation to ban assignments. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Kipp. Woo! Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over House Resolution 1005 and Senate Joint Resolution 9 to Thursday, April 18th, 2024.
Seeing no objection, House Resolution 1005 and Senate Joint Resolution 009 will be laid over until Thursday, April 18th. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 18.
Senate Joint Resolution 18 by Senators Simpson and Hendrickson, also Representatives Morrow and Winter, concerning designation of State Highway 78 in Pueblo County as the private first-class Thomas Michael Hanratty Memorial Highway.
Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a great tribute to one of my constituents in my area, and we are very proud to designate State Highway 78 in Pueblo County as the PFC Thomas Michael Hanratty Memorial Highway, who is the only Vietnam veteran from Beulah listed as MIA.
Representative AML Winter, forgive me.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to Mr. Hanratty's family, we'd like to welcome him home.
I will ask one of you to move the resolution, please. Representative Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move SJR 24-18.
Would you like for it to be read? No.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Please proceed.
And whereas Private First Class Thomas Michael Mike Hanratty was born on June 19th, 1946 to parents James Patrick Sr. and Lita, and grew up outside of Buena Valley in Pueblo County with siblings Patsy, James Patrick Jr., Bessie, and Bernie. And whereas PFC Hanratty attended Buena School and Pueblo County High School, where he was a talented athlete, graduating in 1964. And whereas endowed by his father, James Patrick Sr., in Private First Class Hanratty's memory, Pueblo County High School still gives out the Fighting Heart Award every year to an outstanding athlete. And whereas after graduating from high school, Private First Class Hanratty studied architecture at Southern Colorado State College, now CSU Pueblo, for 2 years. And whereas Private First Class Hanratty enlisted in the United States Marine Corps on January 7th, 1966, training as a jet engine mechanic, and was sent to Vietnam on December 29th, 1966. And whereas in Vietnam, Private First Class Hanratty became a helicopter crew chief, flying 117 aerial combat missions. And whereas Private First Class Hanratty's CH-46A helicopter was shot down on June 11th, 1967 in the Quang Tri province, and fighting in the area was too extreme for ground units to reach the crash site, leading to all 11 personnel aboard being classified as killed in action, body not recovered. And whereas Private First Class Hanratty is the only person from the small community of Buena and one of several from Pueblo County to be listed as missing in action. And whereas Private First Class Hanratty's family and community wish to honor his memory and all those who have served our nation, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that State Highway 78 in Pueblo County be designated as the Private First Class Thomas Michael Hanratty Memorial Highway, that the Colorado Department of Transportation may accept and expend gifts, grants, and donations for the purposes of the initial placement of signs that mark State Highway 78 as the Private First Class Thomas Michael Hanratty Memorial Highway, that the Colorado Department of Transportation may explore a cooperative agreement with the Board of County Commissioners for Pueblo County for the maintenance of the signs marking the Private First Class Thomas Michael Hanratty Memorial Highway, And be it further resolved that copies of this joint resolution be sent to Bessie Langdon and Chris Allen.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 18. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. AML Bacon, Degree Kennedy. That'll be a $5 fine, AML Bacon. Please excuse Degree Kennedy, Ricks, and Valdez. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 18 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Epps, Ortiz, and English, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 19.
Senate Joint Resolution 19 by Senators Zenzinger and Smallwood, also Representatives Byrd and Soper, concerning Colorado Youth Entrepreneurship Awareness Week.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Senate Joint Resolution number 19 and ask that it be read at length. Or the short title.
Sorry, Representative Soper, could you repeat that?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Senate Joint Resolution 24-019 and ask that the short title be read at length.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. This is a new and exciting adventure. Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, proceed to read whatever part of the resolution feels right to you.
Senate Joint Resolution 19 concerning Colorado Youth Entrepreneurship Awareness Week.
Thank you. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we are honored to bring this resolution before you today. Colorado youth are extraordinary, and specifically, we have some kids that are doing amazing things in business and entrepreneurship in Colorado. Kids these days are not just running lemonade stands. Many of our Colorado youth are starting and running national companies all before they graduate from high school. Luckily, Colorado also has some amazing organizations that support these kids. Organizations such as the Young American Center for Financial Education in Cherry Creek, founded by Bill Daniels. This supports and educates over 70,000 kids in the Denver metro area each year in the areas of business, finance, and entrepreneurship. This resolution designates the first week in June as Colorado Youth Entrepreneurship Awareness Week. It encourages local economic development departments to host youth entrepreneurship classes, contests, and events during that week. Lastly, it encourages the governor's office to lend their name and support to an annual youth business contest. The resolution, along with the leadership of these amazing kids and organizations, will allow us to help grow youth entrepreneurship in Colorado by providing all kids in our state with events and contests to grow their interest in business and entrepreneurship.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we kept it short because we know kids these days have a short attention span, but so do legislators. I do want to give a shout out to the Grand Junction Area Chamber of Commerce's Youth Entrepreneurship Academy, which has been doing very similar work on the Western Slope to what the Bill Daniels organization has done here on the Front Range, to be able to support and foster a climate for business development and entrepreneurship. I certainly was one of those, but I was in the agricultural sector, having started a small business in the sweet corn category. And I can tell you that it changes your life. You think differently about where you're going, and it allows you to really move strategically as you make certain business decisions. And guess what? There's a little secret. You don't need a college education. You just need to be able to be mentored by someone who's been down the business path. That certainly helps. But take a risk, and being able to encourage our kids and giving them the mentorship they need to hopefully avoid some of the business pitfalls that others has made. So I greatly appreciate being able to designate the first week in June as Colorado Youth Entrepreneurship Week and highlight our amazing youth that we have here in Colorado. Thank you.
Representative Hamrick. We do need to vote first. Thank you. Members, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 19. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, 3 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 19 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsors. Representative English, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Now, Representative Hamrick and Representative Soper.
Members, how many of you have rural electric co-ops in your district? I would ask that you join us up here because we are going to be sort of introducing a Lineman Appreciation Day.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we have a tribute that we'll present to them later, but we wanted to introduce our special guests that came to join us on the House floor. They're linemen from all parts of rural Colorado that came to the Capitol today, and we just wanted to salute their good work because they work in rain or snow or sleet. They are incredibly hard workers to keep power to our rural parts of the state and to keep the lights on. It's a very dangerous job, but one of the most critical jobs that there is in Colorado because as we certainly have seen from the pandemic, we took to the indoors, working from home, computers, cars, pretty much every appliance these days needs electricity, and these are the guys who make it happen, or at least take it from the power plant to the home. So I just want to salute their good work.
Thank you all for being here. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for third reading.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for third reading. Madam Majority, oops.
Good morning.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1235.
House Bill 1235 by Representatives Brown and Byrd, also Senators Fenberg and Zenzinger, concerning measures to reduce the impact of aviation on surrounding communities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1235 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and esteemed colleagues. It feels like we've already been here today. But it is a new day. The sun has come up and God has given us another day. in this fine chamber to discuss and debate the merits of legislation that comes forth. Now, with respect to this bill, I bring to you, fellow members, a very unique perspective. As a former 15 Delta 3040 military occupational specialty, can anybody in the room tell me what that is besides Captain Gabe Evans?
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know that we provide for Q&A on third reading
Thank you.
debate, but thank you.
I will readdress. So in the military, particularly if you're in rotor wing operations, a helicopter requires incredible and intense maintenance. People wonder oftentimes why there's so many helicopter incidents. Well, it's because there's 10,000 pieces moving in 10 different directions trying to defy gravity. And it's true. The maintenance is very intensive on helicopters. Now, for those of us that have the aviation maintenance officer specialty or have been aviation test pilots and understand the importance of all the elements of aviation, and I'll just, to summarize, I'm going to go over a few things. We've got airframe. We've got prop and rotor. We have avionics and electronics. We have structural, which is airframe. But then we have engines. Without an engine, a functioning engine, your ability to sustain flight in any aircraft, but especially a helicopter, is greatly restricted. Now you ask, what does this, Madam Speaker, you ask, what does this have to do with the bill? Reduce aviation impacts on communities. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it has everything to do with this. When you ask for leaded fuel to be removed from the fuel in 2 communities, which I don't understand why this is so critical. And there is a debate about, well, it's lead, and we have lead problems, and lead contamination, and we have noise, and we have all these things within an aviation community. Privileges that we enjoy in this country because we have such a prolific aviation industry, both civil and military. We need to understand something about the value of lead in fuel. So engines have a service life before they have to be rebuilt. Even in cars you have this, in trucks, especially big commercial trucks and over-the-road trucks, but also in aviation engines. They have to be rebuilt or replaced. The lead in fuel, this is a real thing now, the lead in fuel adds to extending engine life through the qualities of lubricity that are added to the operation of that engine. This is a real thing that the bill sponsors, I'm sure, have not clearly considered. When your engine doesn't work, then you have to look at the aviation aeronautical manuals and reconsider what your glide ratio is, because that is all you have left. The glide ratio for that aircraft based on its aerodynamic configuration. And there is a class called aerodynamics that every aviator has to take. And yes, Captain Evans knows about that in the Black Hawk airframe, which is a beautiful airframe now that they fixed all the problems. Took them decades, but they got it done. And unfortunately, I must declare that it'll actually outperform and fly faster than the H-64 Apache, which is really hard for me to say, because I was a gun pilot and he was a lift pilot. Now, it has everything to do with flat plate drag, and I don't want to go into that part of aerodynamics. But I do want to talk about glide ratio. In a helicopter, can anybody here? No, I can't do it, Madam Speaker. You took that tool away from me. I can't ask what the glide ratio of a helicopter is, and it's different for different airframes, but it's actually very limited. But if I were to ask you, is it 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5, you'd probably say 1 to 5. Be a good guess for most helicopters. Okay. Now you say, what does that mean? For every 5 foot of drop, you get 1 foot of forward travel if you're in a steady autorotational state in a helicopter. Now, most of you have never been in an autorotational state in a helicopter, but I tell you, if you've ever flown a helicopter and are a pilot or a co-pilot, you know what that is. It's a bit unnerving. We used to call them crash and bangs when I was training for the U.S. Army at Fort Rucker, Alabama. Crash and bangs, and we would do literally hundreds and hundreds of them. Because what they wanted to make sure is if you did lose your engine, that your occupants would not all die. And yes, they were concerned about the aircrew also, but it was more about your occupants because it's mission first. So as we do the voodoo we do, I'm telling you, this consideration is critical for aviation maintenance. The lead in fuel, the lubricity that it adds as those cylinders or even in the combustion process, and the extended life of those engines is critically important. Most of you have not done the fiscal analysis of what it's going to cost the aviation industry when you take this tool away from them. Because now your rebuild times are going to be sooner, or your engine failure times are going to be quicker, more frequent. Now, how many people have looked at a GE 700 or 701 engine? How many have seen one pulled? How many of you have seen your engine mechanics replace and rebuild one? I have. I used to command a unit that did that. 5 hangars. Every element of aviation maintenance you can consider for the entire theater of the Republic of Korea. You need engines. You need engines that'll last a long time, and that's in civil aviation and military aviation. Now, you wonder why I sit here and I oppose this legislation? I'll tell you why. It is not practical, nor does it support the aviation industry at all. But some people have written off that consideration in this chamber.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am.
Been patient, but assuming that members have done something or have not done something, have considered something or not considered something, really is impugning motives
Yes, ma'am.
or
Thank you.
intentions.
I withdraw that comment, and I thank you for your leadership, ma'am. I do appreciate you every day as you navigate this very difficult job of the House chamber in such a contentious time with so much contentious legislation that doesn't consider all the aspects.
To the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All the aspects of aviation maintenance with respect to removing and reducing leaded fuel in aircraft into airports. Now, if it was me and I was flying with either my private plane or a commercial plane, I probably wouldn't land and fuel there. I'll be like, you know what? I'm not doing it. I'll go to another airfield and refuel. Oh, whoops. Because now you're going to cost that airfield money. Because did most people know one of the
Representative
ways...
Holtorf, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I'll try to use it very prudently. Do you know that most airfields rely on the sale of fuel to keep their doors open? That is their #1 revenue source for an FBO. Anybody know that besides me? You have now, because of this, for those 2 airfields, have digging into their bottom line. Don't know if we've thought about that or not. And you've also caused more challenges in aviation maintenance. Now, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, perhaps. I have no idea. 16 years in operational aviation, maybe I don't know. Maybe you want to just write off what I say, but ladies and gentlemen, I can't support this stuff. This is probably green energy a go-go. It's the fear of lead poisoning and all this other stuff that we're so afraid of. But I don't know how I grew up in a house with lead paint and I used to chew on the
Representative
bill.
Holtorf, your time has
thank you.
expired. Representative Frizzell. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Members, I wanted to come and speak to this bill this morning. I heard it in two committees, both Transportation, Housing, and Local Government and the Finance Committee. And the bill was in very different places in both committees. I've got to say, the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee was a little rough. We had impassioned testimony on both sides of this issue. We had everyone from pilots to airport operators to just recreational aircraft owners and many, 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 many concerned citizens who have been experiencing the impacts of two specific airports in our state. I really want to thank the bill sponsors for their stakeholding efforts because they made great changes to their bill and moved it in a very positive direction so that especially those industries really affected by some of these concerns could be a lot more comfortable with the path forward. So, members, this bill responds to the citizen concerns at, again, two specific airports in the Denver metropolitan area. And they were really worried about the noise that they're experiencing. I think we heard a little bit about that on second readings where we had a legislative delegation go and experience what these folks are hearing and seeing day in, day out, and it was very compelling. It does not sound like a very positive way to live. We had some amazing testimony from some young people who, you know, they're really struggling with this. And I think that that's important to listen to the concerns of these citizens. The contamination effects of the leaded gas that is being used by many of the aircraft is something that citizens were very concerned about as well. So one of the things that I really like about this bill is that it really helps some of these aircraft owners convert their plane engines to unleaded gas so that at least will move us in that direction. We were already moving in that direction. Industry was already responding, but just not quickly enough. So I think that that's a really positive thing about this bill. All of this said, members, I am concerned that I don't know that this is a statewide issue. I think that this is a local issue and is something that would be better addressed by local government entities who are working directly with their citizens and the industry at those specific airports and getting this worked out. What this bill does is it creates a task force board that will start working on some of these issues. There are citizens that will be included in this board, which I think it helps have their voices heard, but I really don't know that this is something that we should, as the state of Colorado, be engaging in. I do believe that governments need to stay in their lane, and I don't know that this is the lane for us. So with that, I am a no vote, but I do want to make sure that the bill sponsors understand how grateful I am for their work on this because it was a Herculean lift, and so thank you so much.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My concern about this bill, and I appreciate everything that has been done on it, but there is one section that I still have grave concerns about. And for those of you that may have the bill open, it's Section 5 of the bill. Section 5 of the bill talks about adding 2 individuals to the Board of Aeronautics at a state level. And it specifically says 2 members who are residents of communities that are affected by general aviation airport traffic or traffic at a commercial airport at which there is significant general aviation activity. I was a member of the Grand Junction Airport Authority for 6 years, and for 2 of those years I was chair. I was fortunate that I came to that board with general aviation experience. But I can still tell you to this date, being a member of an airport board is one of the most difficult board positions that exists. There are very, very difficult issues that airport authority boards face. Noise is one of them, fuel is one of them. Dealing with the many different interests of general aviation pilots, feeding general aviation into commercial air traffic can be a challenge. I worry about putting 2 people on a board that really don't come to the board with aviation experience, and I don't mean by that that they have to be pilots. They've never served. There's nothing in here that says they've served on a board or an advisory council to an airport authority. And I worry that they come in with a bias that they're troubled by 2 factors: noise, which we all know that flight patterns have noise, and now leaded fuel versus unleaded fuel. You may not think that 2 people might influence a board significantly when there's 7 others, but they could. And where I get really concerned is one of the primary purposes of this board is determine grant funding. These folks have to determine the priorities of grant funding across the state. Now, thank goodness the largest grant funding comes from the FAA, but still, the state has significant monies that are granted out. I just can't get by Section 5. I can't get by the fact that individuals that join the statewide aeronautical board should in fact have significant experience in this field. I acknowledge that perhaps there should be an advisory council that does in fact provide reports and information to the aeronautical board about the progress on both noise and the transition to unleaded fuel. But being members of this board without experience, to me, is very problematic. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1235 on 3rd reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote? Representative English will come back to you. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 18 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1235 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 108.
Senate Bill 108 by Senators Priola and Baisley, also Representatives Parenti and Weinberg, concerning a prohibition on affiliating with the Public Safety Radio Network without authorization.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 108 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 108 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Just 1 second, Madam Speaker.
I'll come back to you. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Epps votes no. Please close the machine. With 55 ayes, 6 no, 4 excused, Senate Bill 108 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1336.
House Bill 1336 by Representatives Parenti and Weinberg, also Senators Rodriguez and Priola, concerning the deployment of broadband through grants administered by the Colorado Broadband Office and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1336 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1336 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 ayes, 7 no, 4 excused, House Bill 1336 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1099.
House Bill 1099 by Representatives Lindsay and Soper, also Senators Buckner and Pelton B, concerning procedural requirements and evictions and in connection therewith prohibiting certain fees for a defendant, directing courts to serve certain documents on a defendant's behalf and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1099 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1099 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Frizzell and Joseph? Please close the machine. With 44 ayes, 17 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1099 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Epps, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over House Bill 1304 to the end of the third reading calendar.
House Bill 1304 will be laid over until the end of the calendar. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1346.
House Bill 1346 by Representatives Titona McCormick, also Senators Hansen and Priola, concerning energy and carbon management regulation in Colorado and in connection therewith, broadening the Energy and Carbon Management Commission's regulatory authority to include regulation of geologic storage operations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1346 on third reading and final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is nothing has changed since yesterday on this, obviously. This is getting into a regulatory environment that has still a lot of unanswered questions as to what is actually going to happen with this bill. We'll find out when we give rulemaking authority to somebody else, and then we'll see what's in it. So what has become the norm when it used to be a joke is that we have to vote for it to find out what's in it. And that should be a joke. But with so many of our bills, including this one, we have to vote for it to give a rulemaking agency the authority to make rules, pass rules in our name that we sign off on in advance, and we give that authority over to the executive branch because we've ceded the responsibility from the legislative branch in what used to be a deliberative body. And now we don't want to deliberate because you want to just rubber stamp as many bills as possible. And even for this House, we're in the 400s now. 5 times 65 should be right around 325, but we're in the 400s, well over 100. If we looked at just the 100 for the 500 bills, in 100 days, we'd be looking at maybe 2 hours of scrutiny per bill. But now we're passing laws so fast and furious that we have to give rulemaking authority a blank check on rulemaking authority over massive parts of our economy, over massive parts of our safety. And we don't even give them a second thought because we're too busy legislating to even stop and see what we're imposing or what's being imposed in our name.
Representative DeGraff, just a word of caution. I know I certainly give thought to this, and to imply that I'm not giving a second thought seems derogatory. Just stay focused on the bill. Thank you.
Okay. So we're looking at carbon management. We're looking at carbon management, and really the main thing that I could find in there would be a cash fund to be used by the government based on penalties collected. So once again, the government is wanting to fund something, so put yourself in this space, be able to collect more fees, be able to get into that space and just be able to get essentially into this money, to get into this grift of carbon sequestration. And I say it's a grift in the most complimentary of ways, because it's probably more criminal than that. And I've tried to get my colleagues to engage on the actual, because I think we should be more looking at the need for whether we want to be involved in this space. And we ought to, and given the amount of danger that this bill recognizes is in this, because you're talking about carbon dioxide being pressurized at something like 70 atmospheres. Well, if there's an oil leak, and that oil leaks, goes on the ground, it creates a problem, it can be cleaned up. If you have a carbon dioxide leak, it doesn't even have to be in a constrained space. There's examples of say, a lake that had a lot of carbon dioxide locked up in the bottom, and it turned over with an earthquake or something, and then it asphyxiated a whole community. You can't displace, you can't filter out an asphyxiant. You would have to have supplemental oxygen to get away from this. So if you have a leak in an area, so when we're concerned about pipelines, now in general, a leak in a carbon dioxide, I would think, well, that shouldn't be much of a problem because carbon dioxide just makes plants grow. So given the danger of this, and this bill does recognize the danger of this, I think we ought to be more focused on why would we be doing it. And if we want to look at why we would be doing it, there's a couple different ways to look at it. And the first would be to recognize that by the science, the unchallenged science, the science that agrees with the IPCC, the science that agrees with the Princeton and MIT, that carbon dioxide contributes well under 10% to any greenhouse gas effect. 10%. And the percent matters. You could round that up to 100%. It really doesn't do a whole lot. And I'll show you that. So 10%. And of that 10%, you have to look at what we contribute, because there are 350 billion, give or take, probably 10%. So billion tons that are cycled in and out of the atmosphere by natural processes. Probably more, it varies. We have lots of volcanoes, we have lots of, and in comparison to that 350 billion tons that goes into the atmosphere by natural processes every year, comparatively, the globe puts in about 35. Now, in the last 10, 15, 20 years, the United States has decreased theirs by 1 billion tons, 1 gigaton. Well, Asia, based on ours, has increased theirs by 10 billion gigatons. And a lot of that is because I was talking to some oil and gas people the other day and figured out why does oil and gas not fight this a little bit more? And the reason is oil and gas isn't threatened by the green energy movement, because solar panels are made primarily out of quartz and coal, according to the people that are invested in it. And the windmills are made out of plastics and fiberglass, all of these things that rely on the hydrocarbon. And so when you're looking at this, it makes sense why in this green push, in this supposedly green push, the actual carbon dioxide output has increased. So the decrying about this carbon dioxide is done by industries that are forcing up the carbon dioxide. Now, when I ask climate justice warriors why we're doing this, the interesting thing is when they tell me my math is correct, but there are policy decisions that are important that need to be based on this lie. So while my numbers are true, they are considered irrelevant because there's policies, just like we'll have here again in 1304 and some of the other ones that are based on these lies, that are desired to be implemented for the totalitarian vision. So anyways, 350 gigatons. That's what the globe puts in. A little less than 10% of what the natural world puts in. Of that, and so you could say of the 3,200 gigatons, it's just a hair over 1%.
Representative DeGraff, you do have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll pick it up. So you have 3,200 gigatons in the atmosphere. So you have less than 1% that is produced by humankind. Less than 1% of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is produced by humans, and that is contributing, if that contributes to anything, it contributes to the increased greening. Of that, the United States puts out 15%, and you do that math, and then you divide it by the 300 million occupants of the United States, and your carbon footprint comes out to be 1/1,000,000th of any part of any greenhouse gas effect on the planet. So what I hate to tell people, and I'm always surprised at how offended they get, is that you are not a climate god. You have no impact. You are so far in the decimals away from irrelevant in terms of your climate impact that you're not just irrelevant. Your factors below irrelevant.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, colleagues, we talked about this yesterday, and I just wanted to reiterate a couple of points on this particular piece of legislation. This, what is it, 39-page long engrossed bill here. As we discussed yesterday, there's a lot of stuff in this bill as introduced that I liked. I think that this bill does a good job in many ways of responding to emerging technology, allowing the free market to take advantage of that emerging technology and creating a framework by which we can regulate and allow the free market to use that emerging technology. Of course, we're talking about the pore space. The pore space being that empty space in between the granules of rock and sand and all the other minerals that are way down deep under the earth. That pore space being used as a way to store things that we don't want on the surface of our planet here. So predominantly, we're talking about carbon sequestration here. And so while there may be discussion and debate about is carbon sequestration the right way to go, the wrong way to go, is this economically sound, is this not economically sound, for me, as you've heard me say many times when I come down here, I don't think that government should pick winners and losers. We have pore space, we know that exists. We have the technology to access that pore space. And so regardless of my personal feelings about carbon sequestration, I think that, as I've said many times before, we don't pick winners and losers. We allow the free market to decide whether or not it's viable to be able to access this pore space, to be able to sequester things down there. And we know that there's a lot of other sectors of our economy and many other different groups that are concerned about the environment that also have similar feelings about this. This is something that we should continue to discuss, and as this bill does, this bill sets the regulatory framework by which we have those discussions, by which we can ensure a responsible and safe use of sequestering things in that pore space. The concern that I have, as we've discussed before, and I will repeat it over and over and over again because it is something that seems like it happens a lot in this building, is as this particular piece of legislation moved through the process, there were amendments that were added to it. And some of those amendments moved the goalposts for what our industry, our economy, our jobs, the way that people make money, the way that they were anticipating the regulatory environment. Whenever we come down and we have conversations about these bills that impact our economy and our industry, we always talk about regulatory environment, because regulatory environment is a critical component to making sure that we strike the right balance between safety and responsibility and also affordability. Because we've probably all heard the saying, whatever the government regulates more of, it gets less of that thing. More regulations equals less of that thing. So we have to ensure that we strike the appropriate balance in our regulatory environment and the regulatory structure to ensure that we're providing safety, we're providing transparency, we're providing responsibility and accountability, but the red tape does not become so extensive that the thing that is being regulated can no longer be used because of all of the red tape and the paperwork associated with it. And that is one of the concerns I have about how this piece of legislation evolved as it went through the process. And this particular concerns was the fact that last year, when we had this exact same conversation, we talked about a definition for cumulative impact. And last year, after months of negotiation and stakeholdering with many major players in our economy, in our state, we came to an agreement. And that agreement said that in April of 2024, the ECMC will engage in a rulemaking process, and through that rulemaking process, the ECMC will develop a definition for cumulative impact. That was what we decided last year, House Bill 23-1294. So for a year, almost a year, folks were planning around getting the definition for cumulative impact through that rulemaking. And then, a couple of weeks before April 2024, in this particular piece of legislation, another amendment was introduced that said, hey, let's not follow that previously stakeholdered agreement. Let's actually inject via legislative fiat a definition for cumulative impact. And that has a lot of concerns for me because that makes a more complex and a more unstable regulatory environment in which our economy functions, and that ultimately impacts our jobs and our cost of living when folks are spending time and effort and money to prepare for a regulatory process, and then after working on that regulatory process for a year, the rug gets jerked out from under their feet, and we have to go in a new direction. That ultimately translates into more red tape, more uncertainty, higher cost of living, lower business environment, and as we all know, a more complex, more expensive business environment ultimately impacts jobs. You guys have heard me say the statistics before, and I'm going to say it again. Colorado is declining in our rankings for business environment. We are the 38th in the nation, 38th state for the cost of doing business and declining, so higher numbers are worse. 38th, bottom third. We're the 35th state in the nation for cost of living. That ties directly back to regulatory environment. That ties directly back to regulatory instability. That ties back to, unfortunately, the policies that were added onto this bill that move the goalposts, and in moving the goalposts, ultimately those costs get passed on to the consumer and to our economy. And so, again, while there's a lot of things in this bill that I like, I have to rise in opposition to it today because of how we got to this point, because of how the negotiated and stakeholdered process that we went through last year was effectively changed up with a couple of weeks' notice, and how that impacts our economy. Now, we talked about it on the second reading debate. There were certain parts of that amendment that the stakeholders did like. Obviously, House Bill 23-1294 last year said that the ECMC rulemaking was supposed to occur in April of 2024. Part of that amendment that to this bill moved that deadline to September. That was, we'll call it the consolation prize for a lot of the industries that had prepared to go through a rulemaking to determine the definition for cumulative impacts. When that changed, then the next best option was to move that deadline to September of this year. So yes, there are certain parts of that amendment that were, again, stakeholdered. But the overarching concern that I have is that when we stakeholder, when we come to these agreements and these negotiations, we have to be able to provide some stability for our economy, for the jobs that are derived from that economy. Because if we don't have that stability, we don't have that path forward for folks to reliably count on and not always have to worry about the goalposts being moved, then that's what drives a more complex, more expensive regulatory environment that ultimately leads to those things that I mentioned earlier, the fact that we're one of the most expensive states for the cost of doing business and declining. We're one of the most expensive states for the cost of living and declining. We're declining in our rankings for our business friendliness. Business equals jobs. Jobs are how people pay the bills, get their kids to school, have their health care. When all of those things are declining because of more red tape, more regulatory environment, less stability, I'm always going to rise in opposition to those things. So,
Representative Evans, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So that is the summation of my thoughts on this bill. I wish I could be a yes because I think there are some good free market principles in there. With the addition of those amendments, unfortunately, I will be a no. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did want to come up and reiterate a little bit what I said in seconds, but also I want to look at some of the financial benefit too. I'm going to do a little science lesson for you, and it looks like Representative DeGraff is gone, so if somebody could take notes when he gets back, I'm going to give him a science lesson. This is what this bill does. It pumps CO2 into the ground. Now, there's already CO2 in the ground that leaks out of the ground all the time. Why? Because our trees need it, our plants need it. It's vital for life on this planet. And so God designed the planet in such a way that CO2 would come from the ground. The same way, by the way, just as a side note, oil seeps up from the bottom of the ocean. There are organisms that eat oil in the ocean. And CO2 comes from the ground. So now we're going to pump it back in there to safely secure and store it, which is really pretty funny if you think about that. Where underground are you going to safely store this CO2? Where is that going to happen? That it's not going to leak back out. So CO2 leaking out, we pump it in, it leaks back out, and we continue the cycle. But again, the way that we fix that is we call regular CO2 CO2, and then we call the CO2 we're pumping into the ground, which is the same thing, injection, whatever we call it in the bill. This is funny to me. It's entertaining. But like I said earlier, I do like the fact that we are taking money and giving it back to taxpayers that will have their ground have CO2 pumped underneath it. So at least the state's doing something good in a really strange, bizarre bill that actually does not accomplish. Usually I say it accomplishes nothing, but this bill actually does accomplish something. It puts more CO2 in the atmosphere. That's what it does, because you pump it in the ground, it comes back out. So, so if you believe in the planet and all the stuff that we say in energy and environment, then please vote no on this bill, because we're just flooding the atmosphere with CO2, and that's only good for plants. It's harmful to the rest, but it's only good for plants. So this should be kind of a no for everybody, I would assume. And if anybody could make sure Ken gets that lesson, that'd be great.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I bring my coffee, am I breaking a rule, ma'am? Just wanting to check. No coffee cups? Okay, thank you.
I appreciate you asking, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know what's, we're feeling a little scruffy and not so fluffy. Scruffy. Ladies and gentlemen of this fine chamber, to my esteemed colleagues from all corners of this state, this particular legislation actually is something that's happening in my district right now, in Yuma County. The real question that many have is, what is the impact of pumping concentrated CO2 into subsurface formations in our planet? I don't think the science has fully answered that question. Now, I know how we like to think about the science. We've got to focus on the science. We want to use the science until we don't want to use the science, particularly in shaping and forming public policy. I actually like science. I was a STEM student. We didn't have STEM back in the day, but I actually like math and science. So as we expand this authority, create this commission, so we can do more regulation, And there's a lot of things that they need to do. Financial assurance, obligations, geological storage operations, that really is undefined. You know, we can pump anything we want in the ground, but what's it going to do in the geological formations? What is the impact? What is the impact on our water tables? What is the impact on other things? What is the impact on life, subsurface life, with high concentrations of CO2? But, Madam Speaker, I'm going to take this in a little different direction because, you know, CO2 is good. For my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, CO2 is great in my world because it makes things grow. Y'all like to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner? We want CO2 in our world. We do. Because of the photosynthetic process, if we had another 10 minutes for Representative DeGraff, we could come up here and he could explain it to you. He's good at that science. I don't think he's in here right now. He had to go get a cup of coffee. So until we have full understanding of the impacts scientifically, why are we rushing with this bill to create the regulatory framework? Without these scientific elements fully embedded in this, the real issue I have assessing and collecting regulatory and permitting fees from the geological storage operators. Well, as you remember, and there'll be many more opportunities for me to talk about fees on second readings, and I will take that privilege. Here we go with more fees. More fees on something new. So the state can get more money, and I look at the fiscal note here. And I'm not going to do this today. I'm not going to ask for a revised fiscal note, ma'am. I'm not going to do that. Although I think we should consider that. How many fees? What will be collected? What will be the cost of this commission? I know we've overlooked it. I've looked at the fiscal note. In engineering school, this wouldn't get you out of that class. Just saying. But I don't want to pick on anybody. I think it's lacking in analysis and reflection of fiscal obligations, collections, and disbursements that will be part of this regulatory environment as we continue to regulate. So many bills about regulation, 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 top-down state regulation imposed by commissions and boards because that's what we want to do in this chamber. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my district and the people in my district want to shed the shackles of regulation, those that bind us and hold us to the ground, and don't let us do the things that we want to do under our First Amendment rights. Now, in my district, this is a problem. And yes, fellow colleagues, there are green energy investors that are already in front of this. They're promoting this, the investor class, perhaps the elite investor class, who is ahead of this to self-enrich themselves. For those of you in this chamber that don't like that, they're already ahead of you. They're so far ahead of you, you can't even see them anymore. And yes, they're investing in this because they're going to make money off of it. Now, I'm a free market capitalist, so I like people making money. I have a little concern with how some folks make their money, particularly off the renewable energy activist policy that is being promoted in Colorado and many other places at the cost of so many. My concern is what happens to my water quality for my livestock? If you want to get real, what happens? We're already losing our water. In the old days, if you told my granddaddy Granddaddy, you're not going to find water at 50, 60, 80 feet. Now, I know most of you don't know this, but we're going to have a little class. I don't have much time about a joint of pipe. Now, I know you city slickers, a joint's something else. I know you roll it and smoke it, but we don't do that where I'm from. A joint of pipe is 20 feet long.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am.
To the bill, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. A joint of pipe is 20 feet long. A stick or a joint. Okay? So you measure the depth of the well by joints. I know. Stick with me. Let's close that rural-urban divide and stick with me, fellas and fellettes. Okay? Country speak. Okay, so you got a 50-foot well? No, you don't. You got a 60-foot well or a 40-foot well because you got to meet that 20-foot increment. We don't even have water down to the 60, 80-foot depth anymore. We don't have it to the 100-foot depth. You go down 120, 140, it's not there. You got to go a little farther. But what's this infusion of CO2 in whatever amount we determine we need to pump to do whatever we're going to do as we try to cleanse the atmosphere and don't take the CO2 from the 1.3 million acres of growing crops in my district that need it. Oh yeah, we need it, and the more of it we get, the better our crops grow. Now remember I said earlier, and I want everybody to remember this number, growing crops in a normal growing season absorb, hold on, write this down, 5 to 8 tons of CO2. Tons. Remember that. You know, we ought to have in this that contribution. But these people won't think about it. No, it'll be written off. Our contribution as farmers will be written off because no one wants to talk about this. We're already doing what this commission's thinking about doing, and we don't even need to pump it in the ground.
Representative Holtorf, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, ma'am. So getting back to my point, what is the impact on water quality for all you environmental activists who want to worry about the quality of everything? I don't know what the impact's going to be to my livestock and our water quality. I have real concerns. The science isn't sound. The science isn't settled. Now, before we go jumping off this cliff, maybe we ought to study that. Maybe that's what the bill should say. But no, as we see in the country, we're going to get the cart ahead of the horse and roll that baby down the hill. And boy, if it hits the bottom and breaks into pieces, oh well. We'll run another expensive piece of legislation to figure out how to put that wagon back together. I have real problems with this. Real problems. People in my district have real problems with this. And this is the wrong direction for Colorado. And I've pointed out several very key points why.
Representative Holtorf, your time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate your kindness and your consideration this fine morning in Colorado.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In light of the time limits, one of my colleagues who spoke on science from El Paso County wanted me to share one point that he failed to make, which is that historic example of Joseph sequestering carbon in the form of grain for 7 years and then distributing that back out into the world, but in that process it saved humanity, and so if we could find a solution that would save humanity at the same time, he just wanted me to convey that.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1346 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote? Representative Ortiz is excused. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 18 no, and 5 excused, House Bill 1346 is adopted. Co-sponsors. please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1335.
House Bill 1335 by Representatives Soper and Titone, also Senators Roberts and Gardner, concerning the continuation of the regulation of persons related to the final disposition of deceased human bodies and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1335 on third reading and final passage.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 21C, I ask to be excused from this vote.
Thank you. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't always come down on thirds, especially when it's my bill to talk on. But this is unlike most bills. This is part of 3 bills this session to regulate the Colorado funeral home industry. And today, as I was reading the Colorado Springs Gazette, and I saw front page above the fold the picture of the demolition of the Penrose funeral home, Return to Nature, I was reminded once again of why we do bills like this, why it is that we have a duty as lawmakers and as the government to ensure to the public that when they utilize certain businesses like a funeral home, that they don't have to worry about whether that funeral home is going to be complying with law, operating in a sanitary manner, making sure that they return the remains back to their loved ones, or that the right body is in the right grave or the right casket. It's the worst day of their life when you're at a funeral home. And certainly, people shouldn't be having to say, is this funeral home really going to give me back my loved ones, whether it's in remains or bury the right person? And what we're doing in this particular bill with the regulation that's laid out is actually giving real power to DORA to be able to go in and inspect, but we're being respectful to families so that we're not sending inspectors in during a funeral or when funeral directors are meeting with families. The other thing that is really important here is Penrose was a reminder that whether I'm not going to speak to what their intent was because we don't know, and 2 different criminal cases are playing out both at the state and federal level. But the state of refrigeration is one thing that's important, in that a body can decay quite quickly, and that we have standards of refrigeration that are laid out. And that's one element that we're also granting to the director, but also being very mindful that we don't want to go so far as to tell a funeral home what they can and can't do, but we also want to not have a situation where you stack bodies and try to have a swamp cooler in the corner. That's also not refrigeration. So, members, I just wanted to point out that this bill is really personal. I have been in the shadows of the Sunset Mesa atrocity in Montrose. As I was elected to the legislature, I promised the victims that we would do something, and we have. We've had a series of bills, whether it was to make abuse of a corpse a felony, or whether it was to grant DORA, the first time ever, the ability to go in and make sure that the name on the death certificate matches the body in the casket. And now with the 3 bills that we're doing this year to regulate body brokers, to separate ownership, to oversee the business entity, and then we have a licensing bill. And this is important. We're the only state in the union that does not license, or quite frankly, before all this change, really regulate funeral homes. And that's why we do have headlines that we've seen with Sunset Mesa and Penrose in the Denver case. And then there's 20 other cases that came out in the DORA report. And if you ever find you don't want to sleep at night and you like horror stories, I'd encourage you to read the DORA report because there's stories that you can't unsee there. And the changes that we're making here will ensure that hopefully we will never see headlines like that again, and I would encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This time I'm getting up to speak for myself and for my district. My district is the one that is on the front page of the Gazette this morning. It is actually the town that I live in, and it is pointing to a business that was next to the business my mother used to work at. So it is a hometown very much for me, which is why I thought it important to explain why it will be a no vote today. This bill puts forth the idea that the inspection should come out of DORA, the state. It provides for 2 inspectors and 0.8 employee, 0.8 of an employee, however they do that, to do all of the administrative scheduling, et cetera. As the prior speaker, the bill sponsor and good representative from Delta explained, there is more than just this one horrid example of funeral home malfeasance. It is a wider problem. And so it is my view that we should be empowering the local coroner in each district to do these inspections, to keep regular touch with their community. This point was brought out in part during the Appropriations Committee. The bill sponsor's response, while I understand it, was that in some rural communities, the coroner is the county mortician or funeral home operator, that they're one and the same, and so there would be a conflict. I do think that would be an overcomable issue, especially since rural communities often share resources, and we could work that through. But I do believe that since there are so many examples of this problem all over our state, that having the local county be the responsible party, to have that local county elected official be the one who is responsible for ensuring that these businesses are doing what they're supposed to be doing, that would be a better policy way forward. All of that said, I appreciate the work that was done on this bill. I also appreciate the second reading amendment that got rid of the electric car charging stations in the personal homes of the inspectors. So thank you to the bill sponsors.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1335 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Assistant Minority Leader Winter is excused under 21C as he stated earlier. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Representative Holtorf, $10 fine. Please close the machine. With 57 aye, 3 no, 5 excused, House Bill 1335 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1356.
House Bill 1356 by Representative Harrod, also Senator Mullica, concerning prohibiting the sale of electronic smoking devices to minors and in connection therewith, establishing the sale of electronic smoking devices to minors as a deceptive trade practice.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1356 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1356 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Epps votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative English, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative English votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 19 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1356 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Oh, Representative English, co-sponsors. Now, please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1345.
House Bill 1345 by Representatives Weissman and Soper, also Senator Fields, concerning the Human Trafficking Council and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendation contained in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies, implementing certain recommendations by the Human Trafficking Council, and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1345 on third reading and final passage.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this. This year, we worked on a human trafficking bill. And I hate to say this because I am a proud American, but we have a problem in this country. And this is something that needs to be addressed. What is happening to these victims is egregious and wrong. And we should be a state where not only do we tell the rest of the states, but we tell the world that it will not happen in Colorado. The buck stops here. And if you come into this state and we find you trafficking somebody, you will be punished to the fullest extent of the law. We have to protect these victims. Through the process of being on the bill that we were on, we heard from victims, we heard testimony. I did research, and this is a huge problem. And as we move forward with the body, as a body, I think we really need to work hard and make an awareness of this in our state. And I will say it again, it is important that we put our foot down and we let the rest of the world and the country know that we will not allow you to traffic anybody in Colorado. The day before we heard our bill on this floor, they arrested 10 individuals in Garfield County for trafficking minors. And I've got kids of my own. I've seen the video clips of how fast they'll snatch a kid off the side of the street. There was a movie that came out this summer that was based on true events, and it showed what actually is happening around the world. And we talk about protecting our most vulnerable in everything we do here, whether it's school. And I mean, this is a key important part to that. And I know this bill is going to get out of this chamber, but I think something needs to be said. As we move forward, I promise to work with you all to make sure that we're taking care of our kids, that we're taking care of victims, that they can have a voice. And the thing I like about this piece of legislation is it actually allows for victims to be part of this. And it also helps them, it funds them to be part of this commission, but it allows them to put their voice out there. Because we talk about lived experience in this building all the time, and who should give advice about this other than people that have actually been through the process? They can tell you the dirty, the ugly, the mind tricks, the abuse that these people are put through. So once again, as a chamber, please, let's work together in the next few years to make sure that we protect these people and try to put a stop to the egregious things that are happening around the world, in this country, and in this state. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, like my colleague from Los Alamos, think this is a very relevant issue today in light of what's going on in our country as human trafficking proliferates on the southern border. So I'm very much in support of this. The Survivor Council members, I think, is an important addition. So everyone can really understand. They can really understand the impact. Now, there were some comments made about human trafficking and where it happens and different references to the environments that it happens in yesterday. They really don't have application in this piece of legislation. I think the premise of that is unfounded. This human trafficking starts when people are young, very young. Preteen. See some young people in the chamber. Yeah, it happens at that age too, for the folks I'm looking at in the chamber, young folks. But it happens even earlier than that. Now, I know we're not hard on crime necessarily in those areas, and we should be the absolute hardest on those predators that abuse young children, that become part of human trafficking. And yes, this is to the bill with this Human Trafficking Council. I will tell you there are some sunsets that should have short limits, and I've talked to this in length yesterday, 5 years, 7 years, 9 years. One colleague, which made a very good point, they said, no, if you're going to stay here multiple terms, you should have the opportunity to review these sunsets within that 7-year mark, so you can tell if within your 8-year, 4-term limit, whether you're making the impact or affecting that change that you think is relevant. On this one, on this piece of legislation, I think this should have the longest consideration. It's not going away. There are predators out there who predate on young people, boys or girls. Boys or girls, yes. They're boys or girls. And then their lives are forever changed. Forever. They now go into a world where psychologically they are in such dark places they don't even know which way is up, down, or sideways. So we absolutely need legislation and councils that keep and mitigate human trafficking in our state and in this country. Now, I don't want to talk about the singing boys of Afghanistan. That is classic human trafficking. Most of you have never been there, and thank God you haven't. Some of us have. In that country,
Representative Holtorf, I will ask you to keep it to the bill and state of Colorado. Thank you.
thank you. I want to make the point, and I'll see if I can weave this carefully, because that happens to young boys, and they are forever changed. They now know not who they are. Now, with respect to human trafficking in this council, we absolutely need to make sure that that doesn't happen. I argue around the world because America leads around the world. The policies and precedents we set here are watched in every country, near every country in this world. That's a fact. I've seen it in Afghanistan. Working in the ISAF command, International Stabilization and Assistance Forces. Without American leadership, that command would have been lost. Kind of like Neville Chamberlain in early World War II history. But I'm not going to go into the history lesson. I am going to talk about the importance of this council. I am going to talk about the importance of stopping human trafficking in our communities, and this bill supports that. I am in favor of this. In fact, Madam Speaker, I've pushed the green button more times today than I have probably in the last week or 10 days. So I commend the bill sponsors, Weissman and Soper both, for their work. We cannot do enough. This is happening right now under your own noses. In Colorado, in Arizona, in Texas, as young boys and girls are being exploited. So their psyche is corrupted forever. And they have to navigate their way out of this very complex Pandora's box. Some of them never get out of it. Some of them are so confused they don't even know who or what they are. And years later, maybe they figure it out, or perhaps it just becomes a suicidal action where they take their own lives. And yes, suicide is at one of the highest levels for these people. that have had this experience. Just like veteran suicide is incredibly high, so is the suicide for these people because they can never find their way out. And yes, for the folks in this room, it's a long-term solution to a short-term problem that everybody can navigate their way out of if they have faith. Faith in God, faith in the future of humanity, and find a way to find that faith that navigates them way out. This council is going to help with that. 100% is going to help with that. But we haven't gone far enough. We should be tough on crime. Those criminals should be, who do this heinous crime, incarcerated for the longest period of time. The longest period of time. Unlike comments that were made earlier about this, because these people, many of them, never fix themselves. They continue to predate on those young, vulnerable boys or girls because it's what they do. It's a power trip oftentimes for them, and it's a way to enslave those that they victimize. And it continues. And the cycle continues from generation to generation. And actually, people are making money off of this, including the Mexican cartel. Jalisco, Sinaloa, we could name them. They are making so much money off of this right now, it is unbelievable. And we empower them.
Representative
Unless we
Latorre,
have this bill.
to the council.
Thank you. Unless we support legislation like this in this council and do more. I would like to see 10 bills on human trafficking, bipartisan bills, that say we're not doing this in Colorado. It's not just a council, it's going to be more. More. And yeah, they're right here in this state. They're even in my district, House District 63. This is happening in my district. The cartels in Phillips County were rounded up by ATF in my own district in Phillips County because of the heinous, horrible things they were doing. Not only with human trafficking, but peddling illicit and illegal drugs like fentanyl, fentanyl-based whatever is being used in the
Representative
society.
Holtorf, if you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I'll try to use my 1 minute wisely. And yes, the drug trade goes hand in hand with human trafficking because, you see, so many young people are victimized by drugs and drug addiction, and then they're exploited through sexual abuse. I've seen it in the world with my own eyes. And I'm not even in law enforcement. They've seen it too. And they are trapped in this cycle of drug addiction because the people that are the human traffickers force them to be drug addicts, and then they are sexually exploited by sycophants, by disgusting human beings that should be incarcerated and punished in the absolute worst way for their heinous, evil deeds that enslave these people in the psychology that they have to experience because they know not who they are and what they can become after this victimization. So I'm a big supporter of this bill, ma'am. I will be voting yes.
Time has expired. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very much against the human trafficking. I think we all are. Well, I would hope we all are. I'm not 100% sure. I think the human trafficking, as a second-generation American, I think it's very important that we have a means of acquiring citizenship. But when we have a porous border, that encourages trafficking. And what we end up with is a permanent cast of exploitable and expendable individuals, and I think that's a crime. And I think that's, so it's interesting to me that we rightfully decry the human trafficking, but when the government itself is facilitating that, it just gives me pause. And so I want to be for this bill, But then in reading through here and some of the recent passages, and additionally, people involved in the provision of reproductive health care are at a heightened risk of actual or threatened violence, stalking, or other social harms, and then provision of reproductive health care. So therefore, in order to help the victims of domestic violence, a sexual offense, human trafficking, or stalking, to assist and protect individuals involved in the provision of reproductive health care. Well, that's kind of a broad statement, and while it can be true, we also know that this euphemistic reproductive health care is also facilitating human trafficking. There are centers that are providing the services that facilitate human trafficking and exploitation.
Representative DeGraff, I do want to caution that you can speak to the bill and not make allegations of a criminal nature to organizations that are legally providing services. So if you could bring it back to the council.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but it does say additionally the people involved with the provision of reproductive health care are at a heightened risk of actual or threatened violence, stalking, or other social harms. And I know the crisis pregnancy centers are, but I'm a little bit concerned here as to putting these together. And that might be the case, but we're lumping this together with human trafficking, and we're saying, perhaps rightly, that the people involved in the provision of reproductive health care at a heightened risk of actual or threatened violence. So this is no longer a bill about human trafficking. We saw this yesterday when we had a bill that was about an underserved community, specifically about an underserved community. Then it became about only including that underserved community. And we changed the entire nature of the bill. You changed the entire nature of the bill, and I just don't get it, because this wording in here is offering specific protections. And it's not offering protections on the part and recognition and acceptance, so it's not going down that road. So while I'm in favor of this council, this idea that we need to get this under control, all of a sudden we put this in here and we muck up a bill, or whoever, sponsors, muck up a bill, or whoever put in the amendments, by making it about something else. Now, how much of this is about something else? What are the ramifications of that being about something else? I don't really know. Because all we're doing is we're talking about human trafficking. And then something is put in here that has nothing, that I don't really see the connection between human trafficking, and if I make the connection between agencies that provide reproductive health care that we know are facilitating trafficking, then I'm conflicted. And it makes it difficult to trust the bills that come through here. Now, what I would consider legislation 101 is that what it says it is, it ain't. What it says it is in the title is not what it is in the bill. And that's a very difficult thing to get through to our constituents who read the title and go, that sounds like a great bill. And then you have to explain to them that you need to read the bill, because very often it's something entirely different, designed to elicit an emotional response to get something entirely different through. So I don't really know for sure on this, because I don't know, and I don't know how you'd disagree with that, because all these things, all the titles are designed to elicit emotional response. So I would like to be a yes on this, because I think it's something that we need to get a hold of. I would like to see the government stop engaging in human trafficking by shipping people unprotected by documentation all around the country. And when we know it happens on the airlines, we know it happens in buses, we know it happens everywhere, and the government is actually participating in this. These are people that are unprotected by documentation. They are permanently exploitable and expendable. That's called slavery. I think the government should stop participating. I think the state should stop participating. I think we should stop referring just euphemistically to people and glossing over what's happening to them. And we say, oh, they're newcomers. Well, they're unprotected by documentation. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what's happening to them. They're being channeled into a system. They're being trafficked by the government. So I think we ought to get this.
Representative DeGraff, I'm going to, while it may be your opinion, we cannot make accusations that anyone is engaging in the crime of human trafficking, including the government. But thank you for being able to put pieces together, but I'll ask you to refrain and refer back to the bill.
Okay. That would be a pieces together sort of thing. If we're moving around people that are unprotected by documentation, that would be something that I would consider trafficking. Perhaps that does not meet the definition of trafficking. So I would like to be in favor of this bill. I think there's some, I'm going to have to read it a little bit more carefully before I can be a yes. I would like to, I certainly can't be a yes when I don't understand why this piece was put in there, which we have evidence of actually being counter. And so that snippet, those few lines, those 2 lines, there's, well, 4 lines, I guess, about 4 lines, really changed the entire nature of the bill. And that's unfortunate. So I'll have to be a no for today until I can understand why and what the ramifications are of that. I'll still be opposed to trafficking individuals unprotected by documentation, creating a permanently exploitable and expendable caste, because I do believe that all are created in the image of God with unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I think we ought to protect that instead of just glossing it over and pretending we're doing something. And so that's my fear about this bill. So I'll be a no today. I'd like to get some more information on why that was put in there, what that changes, and I would look forward to seeing an actual way that actually helps these individuals not remain in a position where they're unprotected by documentation.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I too come and stand in favor of this council. I think that we have all heard this year, and I certainly have been an advocate for how bad trafficking is in our state. I think there's a lot of miscommunication, mis and disinformation circulating around human trafficking. So I'm grateful for this council because I think we need to understand the victims that are impacted on trafficking. I think that we need to know that trafficking is just coercion, so it looks different domestically than it does internationally. It's not just grabbing a child and putting them in a semi and taking them to a different country. It's coercion by parents, coercion by soccer coaches, it's coercion by people in our community that are destroying victims' lives. And so it's important to understand those testimonies. The data's here. It's happening. It's happening a lot in our state. And I'm grateful for anything that brings publicity towards that. I think there's a lot of information circulating around human trafficking truths and myths, and it's hard to disseminate what is real or not. And sometimes we as legislators have to rely on those who are on the ground doing the day-to-day work and those who are survivors of this horrific crime to help us understand why we must update and shift our statutes to reflect what is accurately happening on the ground. We need to listen to these people. We don't just get to come up here as legislators and say what we think should happen. We need to listen to the victims of who it's happening to and legislate accordingly. And I just will tell you that I remember that I thought trafficking was like the movie Taken or Sound of Freedom and believed all the myths and gossip around this topic. Then I learned and I read and I had educational meetings and heard and learned more and more from the experts working in this field and the survivors. The outcome was more shocking than what I originally thought this was and strikingly different than what I naively thought prior. I would like you to reflect on where your thoughts are on a topic so heart-wrenching and vile towards our most vulnerable citizens.
Excuse me, Representative. Members, we are on thirds. I'll ask you to keep your conversations to a minimum.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Those who do not have the ability to reach out to tell you their stories, and that's why this council is so very important. Every one of us here took the oath to protect vulnerable Coloradans, and today we understand why, and through this council, we should listen. We should listen to the survivors tell you. We can all collectively agree that we care for children and we want to combat human trafficking, so it's concerning to me that we would even question this bill. This council, again, is important to help us legislate around what we do in this state and how we protect victims of this. We would be remiss today and inauthentic to survivors and allies on the ground if we cannot even explain why we hold our principles based on politics over doing what is right and telling victims that those who purchase them have more rights and less accountability than the victims themselves do. And again, why this council is so important. We would be dismissive as legislators of them and their abuse if we do not act, and we are signaling to them that the only reason is because they have less value in society because they are traded as sex slaves. This issue is fueled by demand. Without the buyers, the pimps and traffickers have no profit to gain by selling enslaved people. Those who are sold endure physical, mental, and emotional ramifications that greatly impact their lives long term. It also affects health care and mental health in the state. We cannot pretend to want to fix those issues if we do not start with demand. We must protect the people of Colorado, the most vulnerable. We must listen to them. We must hold criminals accountable for their crimes. And I surely hope that next year we are more serious about protecting the children of our state. Thank you.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't planning to come down until something that my colleague from Douglas County said just triggered a couple of memories of mine, and so I just wanted to very briefly make sure they were on the record. I didn't work many human trafficking cases when I was a cop, but I did work a couple of them. And this is an incredibly complex issue that often doesn't look like how we may think of it or how it may be portrayed in movies. The two cases that I worked were teenage girls that were trafficked through peer pressure within a half-mile radius of their own home. They didn't even really know they were being trafficked because this was accomplished through peer pressure, through the social networks of what they thought were their friends, but was actually using them and exploiting them. And so I remember when I saw that as a police officer, that shocked me. I can't tell you the exact statistic off the top of my head, but a significant percentage of folks that are human trafficked in their own neighborhoods, and they don't even realize it oftentimes when it's happening because they're not getting snatched up and taken into some windowless van and driven across state lines. This is happening through psychological coercion and peer pressure. We need to continue to study this and monitor this, and so I rise in strong support of this piece of legislation.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1345 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative English, are you online? Representative English is excused. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, and 5 excused, House Bill 1345 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1380.
House Bill 1380 by Representative Mabry, also Senators Cutter and Hawkes Lewis, concerning measures to increase consumer protections in transactions with debt-related services.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1380 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wanted to reiterate one more time for the record, both the good work that's been done on this bill. There were amendments that were brought in committee that, like I said, got us about 80% of the way there. But there's a couple of things that we still need to do some work on to be able to find that sweet spot as far as the collaborative point in this particular piece of legislation. And as you'll recall from yesterday, that's around the area of case caption. So case caption is when these cases are brought into court. Case caption is effectively the title of that particular case. And as you'll recall from yesterday's discussion, currently we're limited in Colorado to 30 characters in that case caption. So when this bill does things that actually do provide necessary transparency for folks who owe a debt and for which action to collect that debt is being taken, we do need that transparency. As we talked about yesterday, you've got the first party person that owns the debt, so that's the lender, and then you have the third-party collector. We need to have that transparency to ensure that when a third-party collector is collecting the debt on behalf of the actual lender, the individual who owes that understands this isn't a scam, this is actually legit. The entity to which you owe the money has contracted with this third-party debt collector to be able to go and collect that. So that's important, and I appreciate the work that was done in committee to clarify the difference between first-party and third-party collectors, because currently in law, third-party collectors, so that's your traditional collection agency, third-party collectors actually have more rules and regulations that they have to comply with to protect that consumer than a first-party collector. And so that's important, because by fixing that, we ensured that consumers have more protections under the third-party collector than they would under the first-party collector. So I appreciate fixing that. But to provide that transparency, we need more characters than the 30 that are currently allowed in the case caption. And so I rise again just to make sure that that is on the record, that those are additional conversations and additional amendments that I am hoping can be accomplished through the good work of the sponsors as this moves on to the second chamber. The other thing that hasn't quite been resolved yet through the stakeholdering is on page 7 of the bill, where it talks about fee setting. So again, we know that it is important that lenders of capital have the confidence that they're going to be able to get their money back, because if they can't get their money back, then that puts us back into those subprime loan situation that we saw in 2008, and that has bad effects for our economy. So lenders have to have the confidence that they will be able to recover their capital. And so even though nobody wants to go to a credit collection agency, nobody wants to be referred there, these credit collection agencies do in fact perform a critical service to keeping our economy functioning so that capital is available for everyone. However, those credit collection entities, they obviously have a fee that's associated with the services that they provide. We want to, as it says on page 7 of the bill, we want to ensure that if a creditor or debt collector settles the debt for less than the principal amount of the debt, that the addition of fees doesn't then create a higher cost than the individual who owed the debt would have originally have to pay. So I appreciate the discussion in that area. The concern is, and what the additional stakeholdering, and I hope what it results in, is more legislative guardrails around that fee structure so that we can strike the right balance in which consumers who have consumed that debt can be protected, and when they settle a debt for less than the principal amount of the debt, there is also sufficient leeway in the fee structure for those credit collection entities to also be able to stay in business. Again, nobody likes to be referred to a credit collection entity. However, they do provide a critical service for our economy in making sure that lenders are actually able to recover their capital so that that capital is then available for other folks in our economy. And if lenders don't have that confidence that they can get their capital back, again, that service being provided through the credit collection entities, that has massive economy-wide reverberations that ultimately harm small businesses, entrepreneurs, and everyone else in the economy that benefits from the ability to have capital lent to them. So again, appreciate the work of the sponsors. Those are the two things that I'm truly hoping can be accomplished as this moves on to the second chamber. Being able to create a timeline by which the logistical and administrative processes to increase the characters in the case caption, we can figure that out, and also figure out the appropriate guardrails around the fee setting so that we're protecting our consumers, but we're also protecting our economy by ensuring that credit collection agencies can actually go out and recover these debts, and that's not a cost that's borne by the rest of the economy and the rest of society. So unfortunately, until those two issues get resolved, I cannot be a yes on this, and again, just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1380 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 19 no, and 5 excused, House Bill 1380 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Epps, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1262.
House Bill 1262 by Representatives Garcia and Judah, also Senators Buckner and Michelson Janae, concerning maternal health and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1262 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We talked about this yesterday. And with respect to the amendments that I was looking for, they just didn't materialize. And that's unfortunate. You see, the minority asked for a little grace, a little respect, a little bipartisan cooperation, working together. In fact, Madam Speaker, at the start of this session, we were made all these promises. Even the good governor spoke of how
Representative Holtorf.
Yes,
you may
ma'am.
speak to the bill. I would appreciate your focus on the policy at hand.
Yes, ma'am. And I am speaking to the bill because we're asking for an important amendment. Everybody in this chamber talked about bipartisanship and working together in January and kumbaya. Yet here we are at the end of session rejecting every good idea from one side or the other because it's not worthy. Grace, respect, bipartisanship, working together to get a better outcome. To this bill, there was an amendment offered. A good amendment, rejected by the sponsors, Madam Speaker. They offered an amendment, they withdrew an amendment, and they introduced their amendment. That wasn't what I spoke of, Madam Speaker, yesterday. That's not grace, respect, bipartisanship at all.
Representative Holtorf, we will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Holstorf, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the maternal space, where women have babies, there is always a liability in that birthing process. Things don't always go right when babies come out of the womb and begin their life. Now, being a cattleman from eastern Colorado, I'll try to use this way of looking at it. Every time a cow is going to have a baby calf on the ranch, that cow has about 3 hours to get through the birthing process so she, the cow, can have a baby. It doesn't always work out, and the baby calf doesn't always get to live. But if a veterinarian is there practicing their craft, their trade craft of veterinary medicine to assist in the labor of that cow, there could be mistakes made and there could be liability. With this bill, the amendment offered doesn't go far enough. Concerning maternal health, and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Doesn't say paternal health, it says maternal health. And yes, there needs to be liability. Consumer protections for those, the families that are having the baby, but also for the medical practitioners that are practicing medicine. And yes, for the young folks in here, they're practicing because they haven't mastered it. I've seen so many mistakes in my life by medical practitioners who've tried to, through their malpractice and malfeasance, tried to kill people that I've known most of my life and loved. But I don't have the time to tell those stories, but many of them should be told. That's why you have and should have malpractice insurance. That's why people that practice medicine, including a midwife, from anywhere, any place, any continent, any ethnic group, there shouldn't be carve-outs for that. They should have, and it should be required. We don't offer this to any other medical practitioners, not in the Health and Human Services Committee, until this bill. So this is one of those bills that makes your head hurt when you think too hard about it. How can we not have the insurance requirements that we demand of so many other medical practitioners be applied in this case? We just wave them off for socioeconomic reasons or other reasons that I cannot explain. Now, I do appreciate the amendment offered by the sponsors, but it doesn't go far enough. So, as a midwife is practicing midwifery in someone's home, somewhere in the urban or suburban epicenter of this state, in this city, or in the metro Denver area, and a baby dies because something wasn't done right, or we didn't get to the hospital fast enough, or we didn't know we were going to have a breach or some other situation that required a C-section and we didn't get to the hospital in time or whatever, there's no recourse for that family under these provisions. But in no other medical field are the same considerations offered. Under the spirit of social justice or whatever other claim you might make, we make concessions in this bill by the sponsors. House Bill 241262. I reject the way this legislation has been promulgated because the amendment that was brought forth does not go far enough to protect consumer rights, consumer interests, families, mothers that are having babies that are going to join a family. that is eagerly awaiting the opportunity for life. Because every child deserves a birthday. Every child should have their first birthday, and many more if God will allow for it. There are structural problems in this bill. I've tried to speak to them. The amendments don't go far enough. And I spoke at length about this not too long ago. I don't understand why on one hand you can demand insurance and additional insurance and mandatory insurance for so many things. The same bill sponsor can demand this of the medical community, but then can look to something else and say, well, we don't need that. We don't need those guarantees and assurances in this space, but in this space we demand it. It doesn't make sense. I'm not going to go as far as to say it's hypocritical. I'm not going to do that. But it doesn't make sense to me. I stand before you with a strong objection to the fact that we will not have insurance protections in this space, but we will demand it in near everything else, and pass legislation that not only enforces, but increases those requirements from people in this very chamber. Yet you will turn away. You will turn away from this and say, no, we don't need it. Not in this case. But in every other case, you'll demand it. In fact, you'll demand universal health care and that is all provided and covered and insured.
Representative Holtorf, back to the bill.
But in this particular bill, thank you, that's perfect. It's a perfect segue. But in this particular bill, you're going to say, oh, we're just going to take a look at it. We'll see if we need it. And if it's even affordable. It's
Representative Holtorf, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's laughable to think that you can apply a different litmus test in so many areas and then withdraw that test in this area and discount it and disregard it. For socioeconomic reasons, for ethnic reasons, or whatever other reason you might pull out of your kit bag.
Representative Holtorf, your time has expired.
I'm a no.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to make a big lecture. I just feel like if you want the medical... Really?
Representative Bradfield, I believe we're hearing from the chamber that your microphone might need to be closer.
We'll try that.
There we go. Please proceed.
I'm here because the midwives of which this bill is promoting as medical personnel, and they want the recognition for the job that they are doing, and I'm not discounting that at all. But if you want the recognition, then you need to make sure that you take care of the obligations. And an obligation for this is that you have the liability insurance as every other medical personnel carries. That is the point that we were trying to make yesterday. Obviously, it didn't stick. So today I'm here asking and urging for a no vote on this bill because of the insurance part. I will be a no. Please join me.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1262 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Representative Hernandez, that's a $10 fine. Representative Basenecker, that's a $10 fine. Representative Soper, that's a $10 fine. All to help our staff enjoy the end of session. Representative Weissman, also a $10 fine. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 12 no, and 5 excused, House Bill 1262 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Epps, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1304.
House Bill 1304 by Representatives Vigil and Woodrow, also Senators Priola and Henriksen, concerning parking requirements within metropolitan planning organizations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1304 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did just want to say one thing about this bill. It's going the wrong way. Instead of having minimum parking requirements, really it should be knocking down when municipalities impose maximum parking requirements. One problem with a lot of the downtown Denver buildings is that Denver has a cap on the maximum number of parking spaces. And what that means is if you're in one of the residential buildings or towers that are in downtown Denver, let's say you want 2 parking spaces. That could be quite plausible. One for your own car, one for a guest. You may own a second car. You may have some other vehicle or some other use that you want for that other parking space. But to be artificially denied that ability to have that additional parking space is a real problem. Likewise, what this bill does is by changing the minimums, now we're building buildings without any parking at all. And you may argue that that's around a transportation hub or center where people have built their entire lifestyle around commuting, not owning a car, not driving, so therefore you don't need to have a parking space at all. The real challenge with that is our cities, especially out here in the American West, are still designed in such a way that they're around the automobile. We aren't built up like New York City or London or Paris that built up around metros. We may be trying to get there, but we have some real problems where easements are available, tend to be following major interstates. And as a commuter, you're not going to take a light rail that follows the interstate or some other major highway to get to your final destination. And that's just been a real struggle with how we're trying to redesign our cities here. So that's why this bill is a real challenge for me. I would like to say absolutely developers can do whatever they want, but what fits for today may not work in 20 years down the road or 40 years down the road. And that whole concept of we're building it by a bus stop and you don't need to have any parking spaces allocated with your development, that then can become a real struggle when routes get changed and all of a sudden you have a building with no parking at all. It means that certain people really get cut off from being able to live there. And I don't think we ought to cut off the possibilities of our future arbitrarily. Because one thing I can tell you with absolute confidence is that our cities will continue to be beholden on the automobile. And that's just the way they're structured. Will there be gas automobiles? Probably not. I mean, we're probably going to change to some other fuel source. They may be. But everything that we've designed in our state is all around the vehicle. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But to change buildings and to change the minimums with the idea that we're not necessarily going to need cars and have these New York City-esque buildings, That's probably not going to happen in Colorado. Certainly as long as land remains relatively cheap, we're probably going to continue to see urban sprawl and the growth of suburbia bridging the urban-rural divide. As much as I don't like suburbia, we'd like to have these big buffer zones, but we're going to continue to see more of that grow. And that's why bills like this are a frustration and why I'll be voting no.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard this bill in several committees. I have opposed it in every single one, and I'm afraid I'm still a no vote. But I really want to talk about why, because you see, in Castle Rock, in my district, we used to not have any parking requirements. And as the downtown started growing, we created a downtown development authority, which helped incentivize construction and projects. And now if you go if you happen to travel through downtown Castle Rock, it's almost unrecognizable, actually in lots of good ways. But when this process started, we had no parking requirements. They had removed them. And it created huge issues. We did have buildings built with no parking, none. Apartments, I'm not talking about office or little storefronts, apartments with no parking. And if you've been to Castle Rock, you know that we don't have bus service. We don't have mass transportation in Castle Rock. We're not on a train line, although we do have significant rail traffic through town, but not passenger rail. So we are deeply reliant on automobiles for transportation. Castle Rock has come full circle because as we have continued to develop our downtown, thankfully, our town council and planners realized, and I have had a very loud voice because I worked for one of the major employers in my district, Douglas County. And the problem that we were having is we had no employee parking because it was being taken up by everybody who was either living in downtown or coming to visit downtown, and it was kind of a mess. It was very tense for a while. I spent a lot of time talking to town council members and our town manager so that they could understand the tension that this was causing. And further, it was not good for business owners because people would just be like, you know what, I'm going to stay at the north end of town and not come downtown because I can't ever find parking. It's a pain in the neck. So I'm really grateful that our town council and planners kind of woke up and said, yeah, this is something that's important, that we need to be part of the conversation. So today, they have some kind of minimum standards, but mostly parking is kind of negotiated when it comes to these big developments that come in. Each project is unique because it's a unique makeup of businesses and residential housing. It's unique because that mix may change. And the parking that's needed for office is different from retail, is different from residential use. And so it's really important that the town planners and town council have the ability to be flexible and work with the developers and have public input. We've created some public parking options downtown, which is really good. That's helped. But we still rely on the housing developers to be at the table. This bill does not provide that flexibility. This bill is the heavy hand of the state dictating to communities all around the state of Colorado what they should do, based on the very, very most urban areas. You know what? If you don't want parking requirements in Denver, don't have them. Fine. That can be your community. If you don't want to have them in Boulder, fine. If you don't want to have them in Broomfield, fine. But let the communities decide. Let the town councils decide. Let the citizens be part of the conversation. They're the ones who have to live there. Not you, not me. It's important that we understand that our communities are very diverse around the state. We all don't have RTD driving buses or light rail or whatever bus system that could be available. In Lone Tree, they have their own little transportation system while also being part of RTD. The reality is we have communities in Douglas County and the northern tier that are part of the RTD footprint who are truly being taxed without getting any services whatsoever, or minimal services, or the services are being cut. But that's a whole nother bill and a whole nother conversation, right? In the vast majority of our communities in this state, we drive. We drive to our jobs, we drive to shop, we drive to go to school, we drive to go to the doctor. We drive. That is part of who we are. We are not Brooklyn. We are not Philadelphia. And that's fine by me. I'm totally cool with that. Because we are Colorado, and we are diverse from east to west to north to south. And this body should not broad brush legislation that impacts every single community. Members, I hope you are listening to me. You clearly, many are not.
Representative Frizzell, to the bill.
Thank you, ma'am. I was just making an observation. My observation of this bill is that it is a heavy-handed approach to a problem that does not exist in every community and does not need to be addressed in every community. I urge for your no vote.
Representative Hartsook.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and thank you.
Good morning.
I echo the sentiments of my fellow colleague from Douglas County. One of the words that I'd like you to think about is balance. You could also call it equilibrium. Denver is drastically different than surrounding communities and counties. It gets even more different when you go to the western slope, the eastern plains, or down south. Yet we want to pass a piece of legislation that will apply it equally across the board. In the city, by and large, not near as many families and kids as there are in the suburbs. I drive a truck to take my kids skiing, hiking, backpacking, hunting, grocery shopping, all kinds of things. I have been to King Soopers that are here in the city that have very minimal parking spaces, and I end up parking on the street and having to walk about a block to get in. Yet, what happens when you're a senior or somebody who has difficulty walking distances, or you end up buying a few bags of groceries? Do you end up making several trips? The United States was built on freedom. The United States was built on the ability to move, travel, and do what you wanted to do, job-wise, family-wise. The vehicle was highly enabled you able to do that. Parking spaces, they be able to pull up to a business, to patronize whatever that business is, shopping, gifts, groceries, restaurant, doesn't matter. You go where you are able to access a place. In general, you park as close as you can, although in the grocery store, I usually park a little further out because my truck's pretty big, so trying to get as the closest parking space. But that's the point. That's the balance. That's the equilibrium. If we want to be able to park in those parking spaces and visit those communities, great. If you want high-density housing up here in the city, well, that's fine too. Just like in New York. And as soon as you get out of New York City, it's majority is the countryside. Lots of parking. In New York City, trying to park is nearly impossible. It's easier to take a transit system. But that's because there's people sitting there. Something like 9 million people sitting there. That's more than our entire state. Something about 50% more than our state. So why on earth would we put in rules and legislate for things that apply in a heavily populated, densely populated city when that is not what we are? And then trying to force people to adopt that model is very incongruent with the Colorado way of life, the Western way of life, the Rocky Mountain way of life. That's not what we do out here. I wholeheartedly disagree with the concept of the government saying, this is how we're going to make you do things. In some of your major cities, you have to pay for your parking space. San Francisco, LA, New York, DC. There are probably some places here in Denver that do that, but down in Douglas County, we don't. There are pay parking places if you go to a business and you're on a street or you're in a parking garage. But to park your own vehicle, that's not a concept that we have down there. And then we look at the businesses. They want people to be able to park close so they can come and patronize those businesses. They want to be able to sell their wares or their services, and people find it convenient. If we make it inconvenient, then we're going to start hurting the small businesses. Then we hurt tax revenue and everything else that's associated with it. As was mentioned earlier, this piece of legislation is going the wrong direction. Along with my colleagues, I would urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think several of us have talked about this bill from a standpoint of local control. And I don't think I have to say, or other folks, many of us, to remind you that many of us came from local government. And because we came from local government, we're very sensitive to what we do in this House that impacts them. And I'll speak for myself when I say I have at least a weekly call with both my city of Grand Junction and Mesa County, commissioners, council members, and mayor. In addition to that, the Chamber of Commerce. And I get concerned when I see a bill like this and the prime sponsors talk in words of empowerment and partnership and stakeholding and effective stakeholding. And then I read what's on the Secretary of State's site about local governments. And I want to read to you the communities that have already stepped in to oppose this. And I, for one, am a partner with my community, and I'm going to listen to how my community feels about this. So let me read these. Adams County Board of Commissioners opposing. Adams County Regional Economic Partnership opposing. Boulder County opposing. City of Colorado Springs opposing. City of Thornton opposing. Colorado Municipal League, that represents all the municipalities across the state, opposing. City of Arvada, opposing. City of Aurora, opposing. City of Brighton, opposing. City of Centennial, opposing. City of Cherry Hills Village, opposing. City of Commerce City, opposing. City of Fountain, opposing. City of Greeley, opposing. City of Greenwood Village, opposing. City of Westminster, opposing. Colorado Counties, Inc., opposing. Colorado Springs Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development Council, opposing. Denver Regional Council of Governments, opposing. Douglas County, opposing. My hometown, Mesa County, City of Grand Junction, opposing. South Metro Denver Chamber, opposing. Town of Firestone, opposing. Town of Monument, opposing. And then there are about a handful that are, in fact, monitoring. There isn't a single municipality on the site that is supporting this piece of legislation. And we're supposed to be partners. That doesn't speak well for us. And in addition to that, we have also built into this bill that if communities don't adopt these ordinances, their DOLA grants, which are so important to our communities, is at risk. When is a partnership involving another stick? Those two concepts do not work for me whatsoever. I am a definite no on this. This is something that we need to respect, the fact that we have very intelligent, very dedicated, very in touch council members and commissioners across this state that know what's best for their community. And it should come to our attention that the community that seems to be the one that everybody's concerned about is Denver, and they're opposing. Thank you. I am a definite no on this.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It should be no surprise to you that I share the same sentiments as my good colleague from Grand Junction and Mesa County. This is bad legislation. This is punitive legislation. This is legislation that tells local governments, planning and zoning committees, county commissioners, municipalities, that they're not worthy of guiding and directing their local land use in their communities. No. In fact, it takes away that right and says we as a state are going to tell you what to do and how to live because you're not worthy to do it yourself. Now, my good colleague from Grand Junction went over a litany of municipalities who said no. We reject this legislation outright and wholly. They don't want the state telling them what to do in their communities. They don't need the state getting in the way of their land use and their development. Except we here, and those that are working on this bill, the bill sponsors, working with the governor's office, are telling them, oh no, you're not worthy. We know better than you. We as the mighty state know better.
Representative Holtorf, again, please do not characterize the bill sponsors. You may speak to the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. It truly is making that statement to my good colleagues. Make no mistake about it. And then we have the audacity to say, if you don't do what we say in this bill, we will take money away from you. Yep, we'll take that money away. So you better bend the knee. Get in line, or you'll get the buggy whip. No, you won't get the buggy whip. You just won't get the money. Which isn't directly saying get in line, or we'll withhold funding. Now, much like my colleague from Grand Junction, very astute, very educated, very successful, which I have an enormous amount of respect for, everything he does and everything he says. He's very clearly pointed out the flaws and fallacies in this approach, this public policy approach. But it's a partnership. Well, Madam Speaker, I might need a little leadership and guidance here because I think it's an abusive relationship. Get in line, or we're going to make you get in line. And there will be punishment if you don't get in line. That's not a healthy partnership. I'd say that's abusive.
Representative Holtorf, I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
abusive is a bit extreme.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will withdraw that comment of abusiveness. I won't even try to characterize it because I think you're right. I'm going to go down a different direction here, Madam Speaker. Thank you for your leadership. So, most of you know in rural Colorado, we like to be left alone and let us live under our First Amendment rights and make our own decisions and determine our own futures. We don't want to be told how to do it, when to do it, what to do it with. It's actually a fundamental American principle that our forefathers and our revolutionary forefathers built this country on, which I greatly admire and respect. So speaking on behalf of our forefathers, when King George said, you will do this, you will kiss the ring, you will bend the knee, they rejected that and built a great nation. Now there is a correlation to this, because now the state is telling those, and I don't need to go through the list, Douglas County, Denver County, Boulder County, even my good Boulderites, they've said no. But I thought Boulder'd get in line. I know Washington County's not going for this mess. Oh no, but we don't have a parking problem out there. Come on out and visit me. We certainly aren't going to mandate minimum parking requirements or maximum. In fact, there won't be any mandates. But here with this bill, there will be. As the state tries to guide this utopian vision of how Coloradoans should live, which is grossly and wholly un-Coloradoan for those of us that have lived here since 1969. Yes, 100%. 100%. So no, I don't support this bill. Rise up and reject it. Rise up and reject the heavy hand of government that is now trying to oppress you in incremental and small ways. But where does it start and where does it end? To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Starts in inches, Then we go to feet, and then yards, and where does it end? Because we've opened that door, we continue to open that door. And this type of legislation and public policy, which I wholeheartedly reject, tells everyone else what to do and how to do it, and if you don't do what we say, you're not going to get this money. Then, oh, by the way, your citizens in your communities have paid into through their taxes. That's not even just. That's not even right. It's almost extortion. Now, I'm not Italian. I don't know anybody. Well, I do actually know some Italians. But that's the kind of stuff they do in, Sicily.
Representative Holtorf. Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am.
I have cautioned you. Please do not characterize members of the body.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Do I have much time left? Can you give me my time? We call it a time hack in aviation. The military.
Representative Holtorf, you have 3 minutes remaining.
Okay, thank you. I will try to redirect my comments in a way that addresses this bill for what it is. It's state control over local control. It rejects the promise of bottom-up governance, enforces and mandates with punitive financial measure, how and what people should do. There are those statists, those that say the state knows better than the people, that it's a top-down and should be a top-down authoritative style of government with public policy that also aligns with that. I do not believe in that. I believe that the model should be the opposite. It should be a bottom-up process. We, the people, should be represented at the closest level, that is at the municipal level and the county level, and those things should promulgate from the bottom up, and the state should only support those local governments so they can be empowered. And yes, we had the word empowerment. You're not empowered when you're beat down. You're not empowered when you're threatened. You're not empowered when you're told what to do, how to do it, and if you don't do it, something is going to be withheld from you or there will be punitive punishment. In the world I grew up in, those things don't square. They don't square up. They are obtuse for you mathematicians and STEM students. They're not a right triangle. They don't square up. 90 degrees. We're off. This legislation is off. What the bill sponsors are promoting is off, and it doesn't align with good governance in the world I grew up in and what I believe as a legislator representing 7 counties in House District 63.
Representative Holtorf, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure many of your colleagues are very glad for that. Maybe even some of my colleagues. My good friend from El Paso County. Such a good sense of humor. God bless you. So, I will have to be a no today. This type of public policy. And it's ironic because you're going to have legislators from Denver that are going to come up here and support it, but Denver County rejects it. It's published with the Secretary of State. Go check it out. Anyway, I know Washington County rejects it. And this type of top-down, authoritative policy, we wholeheartedly reject it. I will be a no. We will resist it to the greatest possible extent because it may even be unconstitutional.
Representative Holtorf, your time has expired.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm not going to talk long on this bill because I don't want to waste anyone's time, but I do believe in legislating based on facts, not emotions. And one thing I want to make clear as a representative from Denver is that the City and County of Denver has not taken a position on this bill, and the Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce is in support of this bill. So please do not misrepresent what my county that I represent feels on this bill. And if you would like to look it up with the Secretary of State's office, then do so. But if you want to keep coming down here and saying where Denver is on the bill, please make sure you're accurate. Denver is not opposed to this bill, and as a representative of Denver, I support this bill. It's good for our city, it's good for the state, and I thank the bill sponsors for bringing it forward, and I'll make sure that the bill sponsor has more to say on the bill, but I'll just leave it at that. This Denverite is supportive of the bill. City and County of Denver is neutral. Denver Metro Chamber of Commerce is in support of the bill.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So that's a very interesting thing. If my colleague read it off the Secretary of State's website, and then the last representative said it wasn't off the Secretary of State's website, so I'm a little bit confused. But that doesn't change the fact. And if that's the case, then there's a lot of counties that are, and a lot of municipalities that are against this. And let's just pretend that maybe Denver is for it. We should not be legislating Colorado for Denver, where all of Colorado has to then come to Denver to try to defend themselves and hope that somehow the odds are in their favor. This body is in Denver. This room, this is Colorado. This is not Denver. We represent all of Colorado. So I don't really care if Denver supports this. And in fact, Denver supporting it at this point would be a good indication that it's a bad idea. So I'm really glad that this bill came out of a rousing round of SimCity, but at some point, we need to have some reality injected into this. This idea that you mandate, and this is a mandate, and the mandate is in opposition to our oath, to the Declaration of Independence and founding documents, that our oath is to support and defend the rights, to secure the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, not mandate on the people. And that was borne out in the cow last night on changing shall to may. Because if this was an actual partnership, then changing shall to may to give the counties, give the municipalities the option of doing this absolutely wonderful idea that they're just chomping at the bit to do, then changing shall to may would have made absolutely no difference whatsoever. But after saying that the counties and municipalities supported it, the sponsors came back and basically said, yeah, you really can't expect the counties and municipalities to support this. But we know better because this is for the greater good. And if one thing history teaches us is that for the greater good never is, over and over and over. If a good intention was a good idea, it wouldn't need a gun. Now, we're not doing a gun in this case, but this is holding over our municipalities funding that is extracted from the citizens by force. And if not force directly, by the threat of direct force. So these are mandates. These are not supporting the rights of our citizens. These are imposing an ideology by ideologues. People's work is not going to suddenly materialize within walking distance when you cram everybody into a small space. So what is the problem with this bill? Well, let's see. Higher amounts of free parking provided in residential development cause higher rates of vehicle ownership. Be still, my heart. I am aghast that people would want to own a vehicle. What a crime. Higher rates of vehicle miles traveled, and worse, less frequent transit use on a mass transit in the Bozone program, subsidized at $2 per passenger mile. Yes, a lumbering traffic jam moving in the wrong direction. in a direction that really nobody wants to go, as evidenced by this, that they would go through the expense of owning a vehicle that is not free. They have made the determination that the insurance cost, the parking cost, the maintenance cost, roughly probably 50 to 75 cents per mile, is worth not getting on transit. So instead of making transit more viable, the statist approach is to make it more mandatory. And you make it more mandatory by taking away options. This bill is intentionally taking away options, painting citizens into a corner. Now, what is required to make the Bozone system work? What's required is 40 units per acre. And so then you do the ADUs, and then you take away any sort of occupancy limits. And of course, if you're going to take away occupancy limits and double the number of structures, you immediately need to eliminate the parking requirements, because there is no space, because this is premised on building something in every space. You've got a parking lot near your work? You don't anymore. Now, is everybody going to rush into here? Well, let's see. I don't know. Are the developers going to rush in and snap up every single parking lot so we can finalize a massive housing bubble? We've had massive housing bubbles that have been speculated by really bad ideas that literally come out of the blue. Massive loan programs that are unsustainable. Well, if you do something that cannot go on forever, it doesn't go on forever. So, this is an imposition on our municipalities, one that they don't want, and it's rezoning effectively all of Colorado, one fell swoop, rezoning it. So now, what are you going to do when you want to undo this really, really, really bad idea? When we find out that SimCity is not reality? When we find out that Californicating Colorado is not the way to go? I mean, if the governor wants California so bad, just move to California. Stop turning Colorado into it. And for the Colorado transplants, if you like California, stay in California. But even then, Boulder doesn't even like this idea. Or maybe it all of a sudden does. My colleague read off the Secretary of State's website. No one wants to pave paradise to put up a parking lot. But we need some level of reality. And we need to recognize that the expertise in this room compared to the expertise that's out in the field, that's out in the counties, the municipalities that can deal with this at a local level, the expertise in this room, in this building, is less than zero. It's less than zero.
Please stick to the policy, Representative DeGraff.
The idea of getting rid of any parking requirements and usurping government authority, pulling up as a revisit to 213, which we got away from last year, by forcing zoning up to Denver with bureaucrats that don't really know anything about the local
Representative
environment.
DeGraff, please do not speak to the intentions, experience, or knowledge of any of the parties involved in drafting this bill. Please speak to the contents of the policy.
Thank you, sir, but these zoning requirements would be done by the policy that is imposed on the municipality of the municipalities of Colorado, and I say imposed, and that's probably a little bit too lightly, because this is a direct imposition. This is a mandate. This is on so many levels wrong. You need 40, but there's a growing housing surplus. Do you think anybody's going to go, hey, you know what I want to do? I want to go live in a zone that the state has said it will be, every one of my neighbors can cram as many people as possible into their apartment, into their house.
Representative DeGraff, you have 45 seconds remaining.
Thank you. They want to cram as many people in as possible in. They won't have any place to park. We'll all have to ride the bus. We'll all be lumbering slowly in the wrong direction because, and miraculously, our job is going to show up within a 15-minute walk of our house because SimCity told me so. Even without UNESCO's recommendation of eliminating 350,000 people per day back in 1992, the population is slowing. And we are creating a housing surplus. So what we're doing is we're solving a problem, and there is no problem that the government can't make worse with a solution. This is the government making the problem worse with a solution.
Representative DeGraff, you are out of, nope, there you go. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Good afternoon. Yes, it is afternoon now. Well, colleagues, here we are again. And I wish I didn't have to be here again, but we keep having to have these policy discussions, so I'm going to keep having these policy discussions. We've heard from several of the folks that have spoken previously what this bill does. The heart and soul of it starts on page 10 and runs over into page 11. On or after June 30th, 2025, a municipality shall neither enact nor enforce local laws that establish a minimum parking requirement. And then you have the exact same thing repeated in the next paragraph, except applying to counties. So cities and counties cannot enact or enforce any local law or ordinance that requires parking minimums. And then, if they do that, so if a city or a county still continues to enforce parking minimums, then bump over to page 11, now their money from the state is threatened. And I have problems with that. We talked about it on the last bill. We're going to talk about it again on this bill. It is not collaborative policy, in my opinion, to put these punitive measures against other local elected officials, city and county elected officials who know their city, who know their county, who are accountable to their constituents. I find it to be a coercive policy by threatening to withhold funds from them if those other duly elected city and county officials do not comply with a one-size-fits-all state mandate. And this is a one-size-fits-all state mandate, and I'm going to explain how it particularly impacts my district. A little bit earlier in the bill, it's in the legislative declaration part. So the legislative declaration part is basically where the General Assembly lays out the thought and reasoning behind this bill. And on page 5, of the bill, the legislative declaration, it talks about vehicle traffic increases when land use patterns are more dispersed. Well, one of the cities that I represent, city of Brighton, is geographically dispersed from the Denver metro area because of two major features that we have: Denver International Airport and the Rocky Mountain Arsenal. Because of the location of those two major features, city that I represent, city of Brighton, which is located north of those, is really kind of squeezed off from the rest of the Denver metro area. This becomes very, very obvious when you look at a map of the mass transit services that are provided to the city of Brighton. Folks in Brighton really don't like using mass transit. And the reason they don't like using mass transit is because, like it says here on page 5, they are geographically dispersed from the rest of the Denver metro area. And we can't change that. We cannot move the Denver International Airport. We can't move the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, which means that Brighton is going to continue to be geographically dispersed and isolated from the rest of the Denver metro area. And what that results in is a situation in which it's currently served right now by mass transit. There's a couple of mass transit routes that run through Brighton, and then you have to cover that gap that is imposed by those two previously mentioned entities, the airport and the arsenal. And it takes about, I've talked to countless individuals in Brighton that tell me that it takes about 45 minutes using mass transit to get from Brighton to anywhere else outside of Brighton. And so folks don't use it. It takes 45 minutes to get from Brighton to Thornton using mass transit. By the way, Brighton and Thornton share a border. These are adjacent communities. I can get from Brighton to Thornton in about 10 minutes in a personally owned vehicle. And so folks, because of how Brighton is geographically situated, don't really use the mass transit in Brighton because it takes so long to get anywhere from Brighton to anywhere else. It takes an hour and a half to get from Brighton to the airport. I can get to the airport in about 35 minutes from where I live, and that's north of Brighton. Folks don't want to take 3 times as much time to use mass transit to get places. And not only that, not only do consumers in my part of the state, in my district, not want to use these mass transit systems because of how Brighton is situated, which is affected by the airport and the arsenal, which we can't move. So there's not really a way to fix that. Not only do the folks that would be using these systems not want to use these mass transit systems, but also it's probably important to point out that the mass transit systems that we currently have in Colorado right now are struggling with workforce recruiting and retention. One of the mass transit entities that serves the Denver metro area, there was a news story about a week ago that talked about how they cannot recruit and retain drivers because those drivers are afraid of drug usage and assault while they're driving these mass transit buses around. So how I struggle with how this legislation is going to improve the life of my constituents who already, because of the geographic fact of how their city is situated in the Denver metro area, are already geographically disadvantaged when it comes to using mass transit. But also, the mass transit systems that we currently have are struggling to serve the existing customers because mass transit can't retain their workforce. They can't hire and retain enough drivers because those drivers are afraid of drug usage, of crime, and of assault as they are out in the community doing their mass transit job. That's a major concern to me. And finally, when I read the legislative declaration to this bill, I see this paragraph here on page 4 that talks about increased vehicle ownership and the resulting vehicle miles traveled. So typically, whenever a legislative declaration is written, it's basically like a persuasive essay. That's how I think about it. It's laying out the evidence for why the legislature proposes to do something, and then whenever a legislative declaration is talking about the increases in a particular thing, it's usually cast in terms of a problem. So when I read increased vehicle ownership, what that is telling me is that the legislative declaration is declaring that this policy does not like increased vehicle ownership. Well, that may be fine for certain parts of the state, but there are other parts of the state in which the only way to get around is via that personal vehicle. We just talked about Brighton, which is the closest part of my district to the metro area that is not adequately and properly served by the existing mass transit. I represent places that are a lot further away from the Denver metro area. Those folks don't have existing mass transit service. They are not able to get around by any method other than their personal vehicle. So when I read in a legislative declaration that personal vehicles are cast as a policy problem that needs to be overcome, I really want to make sure that we're getting this right and that we're not imposing a one-size-fits-all policy across all of Colorado that should in fact be a little bit more narrowly tailored to a particular area of the state. But that's not what this piece of policy is doing. Finally, we have on page 12 of this bill, this is now the reporting requirement. A local government shall submit to the Department of Local Heirs in a form and manner defined by the department a report demonstrating evidence of the local government's compliance with the requirements of this article, so basically the bill. This is yet another unfunded mandate, another unfunded reporting requirement, another unfunded piece of red tape that is being imposed upon our local governments. And when our local governments are having to fill out more paperwork and turn that into the state, or have their share of state tax dollars removed from them, this is more time, more effort, more resources that are not going to benefit the citizens of that local community, because that local community, rather than being able to interact with their constituents, again, local governments are duly elected by their constituents. We often talk about how they are the closest level of representative government to their constituents. But rather than being able to spend that time and money and effort and resources interacting with the folks that they also represent, that they are duly elected to speak for, they're now filling out more paperwork and having to send more paperwork to the state. Otherwise, they lose their share of tax money and are not able to effectively serve their citizens any better because of that loss of resources. There's also a public safety component to this. Y'all know I was a cop. I'm sure you're sick of hearing about it, but we're going to talk about it.
Representative Evans, my apologies. You have 20 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we have policies that limit parking, guess what? Folks still have cars. They're going to park on streets. Our neighborhoods are going to get plugged with more and more cars parking on streets. It's a major safety hazard. It's a major area of complaints that I responded to as an officer. It does not...
Representative Evans, your time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm opposed to this bill also. Once again, my communities are opposed to it, like most of the communities. This, again, is weaponizing funding to force communities to do something that's not best for them. We have, in my communities, there's no transit, like Castle Rock, and we have very little street parking available. So this bill takes away the parking minimums from local control, which also takes the community out of the process, takes our citizens out of the process of what they feel needs to be done. And it also brings the fact that, well, maybe developers are better equipped just to decide on their own what kind of parking they need, whether that's none or a lot. And what you're going to have, which is the exact opposite of one of our major efforts, is you're going to have an increase in housing cost. Because most developers will develop built-in parking garages within their building, and say, hey, these are $200 a month. By the way, all the street parking's taken, so you don't really have a choice if you want to live here. So the idea that developers are more equipped to decide this and do as they like, and eliminating the citizen engagement makes this not a good idea. Where do the citizens go with their complaints? Who do they talk to? Are they going to call DOLA? Is DOLA even going to answer the phone? Or CDOT? CDOT's real good at responding to citizens. We're also trying to increase, a lot of communities are trying to increase their streets being more bike-friendly. Now, in the past, as a local elected official, I was actually asked to remove a bike lane because people felt they couldn't park on that street and there wasn't any other parking. So it became an obstacle to the businesses in that community or in that area to have customers, because people would drive by and go, oh, there's a bike lane, I can't park there, I'll go somewhere else. So we ended up removing a bike lane, but if you're trying to put more bike lanes, more cars parked on the street is not the way to do it. Another thing communities can often do is use parking minimums as an incentive for affordable housing. They can say, hey, we're going to work with you on this to help keep that housing costs lower. This takes that away. This gives no ability for the municipality or the county or whatever community to negotiate with the developer on what the needs are. So now we're taking away incentives or negotiations between the municipality and the developer and letting the developer decide what's going to be best. Again, if I were a developer, I'd be like, hey, we can build our own parking on our property and charge for it even if it's an affordable housing complex, because the parking's separate from the cost of the apartment. We have the rulemaking on this bill done by DOLA, CDOT, and Colorado Energy Office with existing resources. So they're not going to we don't want to put any effort into it that might cost anything, but they're going to tell you what is feasible and what the best practices are without investing in it. I think that sounds like another bad idea. There are a lot of issues with this bill, and I would, like most communities listed on the Secretary of State, I would ask that we vote no on this. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard many, many times that I have not stakeholdered enough on my bills. And I appreciate that because I don't want anyone to ever feel left out on legislation that I'm going to be bringing forward. I think I owe it to the stakeholders to have a seat, let them have a seat at the table. I have postponed bills. I have PI'd many bills because I think that that's what responsible legislators do. So I'd like to know what the stakeholdering process was. Was it only builders and environmentalists got to have a seat at the table? Because clearly, county commissioners, municipalities, cities, most cities did not have a seat. It must have been a very small table. Must have been a very small table with a few people sitting at it. We talk about local control all the time. We talk about local control when it benefits us to talk about local control. But when it doesn't benefit us, we tell those people that they don't have a seat at the table. And then not only do you have not have a seat at the table, we're going to take away the money, punish you if you don't stand down, and weaponize funds against you. That's not responsible governance. The people that elected us, and I just said this last week, I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. The people elect city councils, they elect mayors, they elect commissioners to make decisions for their localities. This is not one-size-fits-all model, and if it is, then I'm in the wrong business because my district is very different from Boulder. My district is very different from Denver. That's why I live in my district. Maybe next year we bring a bill to get rid of city councils and mayors and commissioners, because if we're not going to listen to them, maybe they shouldn't even be there. I would never go back to my county. And the parts of my county and Douglas County are way different than the other representatives' parts of Douglas County. Highlands Ranch is very different from Sedalia. But I have no idea what's involved in their budget and their infrastructure needs, and I wouldn't tell other local elected officials that I know what's best. And I want to thank the representative from Denver, because the representative from Grand Junction apologized that he did misspeak. He said City of Denver, he misspoke, but he never said the Denver Chamber of Commerce. He said the South Metro Denver Chamber opposed it. But I appreciate you telling us that the City of Denver didn't oppose it, because I got to looking, because I wanted to see who actually opposes this. And the Denver Regional Council of Governments, DRCOG, which is located in downtown Denver, which is one of 5 major metropolitan planning organizations, opposes it. So it's actually worse. So we'll give you the City of Denver not opposing it, but let's talk about who actually does oppose it. It includes the participating governments listed on this page. So the members who voted to oppose this bill through DRCOG: Adams County, Arapahoe County, Boulder County, City and County of Broomfield, City and County, Clear Creek County, Douglas County, Gilpin County, Jefferson County. And those are just the counties. The municipalities that voted to oppose this bill: City of Arvada, Aurora, Bennett, Blackhawk, Boulder, Bomar, Brighton, Castle Pines, Castle Rock, Centennial, Cherry Hills Village, Columbine Valley, Commerce City. I mean, the list goes on. City of Lone Tree. The list goes on and on and on. So just because the City of Denver doesn't oppose it, there's 50 municipalities that do. So thank you for that clarification. I think the good people of Colorado needed to understand how many actually do oppose it and the very few that actually are in support of it. I think that it is irresponsible governance to take a top-down approach. We've heard it time and time again. CML is screaming about it. CCI is screaming about it. And they represent our districts. So if we're just going to strong-arm them, then we should just get rid of local control. Because that's what these bills are aimed at. Telling them what's best for their districts. Telling them that one size fits all is best for the districts. And we represent too many to do that. It is not fair to the elected officials in our districts to tell them how to legislate. And when we stakeholder and we accuse others of not doing it, we should be very careful and take a long look in the mirror, because one opposing is way different than about 75 opposing. I believe this is a bill where environmentalists and builders came to the table and everyone else was left out. I believe that this will have a tremendous impact for our individual districts. I believe that a one-size-fits model is not responsible governance. And I implore you to listen to your officials in your districts and vote no on this horrific legislation.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, thank you for taking the time. The issue I have is having the heavy hand of state government tell communities within House District 47 how they should plan for their parking, how they should zone for their parking. I mean, that's what makes Colorado unique. We all do our own thing. And I said it on Sunday, and I'll say it again. I mean, I understand you have unique things that you need to fix within your own areas and your own districts, but you do you and let us do us. And the issue I have with this is this will take taxpayer funds, DOLA dollars, from constituents of mine who have paid into the general fund with their tax dollars, and now you're picking winners and losers. So if my communities who have taken the time and spent the money to have studies done to decide on how they're going to set up the parking in their communities decide they don't agree with us, the legislature, or state government, now you are literally picking winners and losers by saying, oh, we're going to take the tax dollars that you paid into the system to fix a problem that you don't have, and let's throw away the uniqueness of every community because now you have to fall in line with what we do, and we're going to pluck that money out of your community. And you wonder why there is a rural-urban divide in this state. And you wonder why I've said numerous times it's almost like we are living in two states. Quit using the stick of government to control everybody. I will say it again, you do you, we'll do us. You can fix your problems. Do not lump us on top of it. We have our own problems and we ask you to help fix our problems through our legislation. This is a money grab. It's a redistribution of wealth. We constantly talk about the uniqueness of Colorado, our mountain towns, our towns on the Eastern Plains. Why try to make us all the same? Isn't that boring? We're all going to be the same. We're all going to do the same thing. I mean, uniqueness, that's what makes this country great, and that's what should make this state great. We talk about a Colorado for all, but is it a Colorado for all in your own uniqueness? Is it a Colorado for, we decide how you're going to be Colorado? Because I hear Colorado for all, I mean, the first day I hear, I've heard it from the governor, I've heard it from many people speak about a Colorado for all, but is it a Colorado for all if you follow our rules? It baffles me sometimes. And I guess the last thing that I would even have to say is if this bill gets passed, there probably should be 46 less parking spots around the Capitol next year. If we're going to fall in the spirit of it all, we'll see when we get here next year. Just let me all know, that way I know where I got to park or where I have to pay for parking now. Because if this bill passes, you would think the first place we would start is here, but is it rules for thee and not for me? I don't know. That's to be seen. So with that, I urge a no vote.
Representative Winter, I think that's an excellent idea. You should bring that bill next year that we get rid of our parking spaces.
I appreciate that, Speaker, but I'm not creating this problem. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Minority Leader. Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the efforts that we're making, that we're talking and having these conversations. I still want to lodge my objection to any sort of sticks when it comes to local government. Taking away DOLA grant money is pretty serious, and I think we should be taking that seriously. Local governments really should have the opportunity to work with their communities. It's what they do now. And I would prefer that the partner part of local governments in the state actually be valued. So I am a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So colleagues, I just want to clear up a couple of things about this bill. And thank you for sitting through long debate and comment time on this. Somewhere along the line in today's comments, this idea caught on that there's a stick in this bill and that funding would be withheld if someone did not, if a subject jurisdiction did not cut their parking mandates. That is not in the bill. I just want to be 100% clear about that. That is not in the bill. There is no stick in this bill. There's no punitive measure in this bill. It's not a thing. It's not there. I don't know how that misunderstanding took hold, but I wanted to clarify that on the mic. Something else that jumped out at me a couple of times is this idea that this bill came from the first floor, that this is the governor's bill. With all due respect to our governor, that's not where the bill came from. The bill came from me collaborating with affordable housing developers, transit organizations, transit activists, people who want more of it, and who are in fact very eager for fellow constituent, or for their neighbors and my constituents and many of yours to have more choices, to have more options, and for us to be able to build more housing. I think certainly there are some strange bedfellows with this bill. I'm not going to lie. It is kind of an unusual place for me to be in, that the builders and the apartment association are behind me and the local government's not so much. I think that's what happens, honestly, when you do difficult, bold, complicated policy. And I did not come here to do easy or lightweight things. I came here to do bold and difficult things. And so you're going to find yourselves with some unusual partnerships when you do that. I don't labor under uncritical reverence for the free market, but I do understand how markets work. I am interested in them, and this is, in fact, a market-based, supply-side solution to our housing woes. However you might feel about these things, by definition, this bill cuts red tape. By definition, this bill removes mandates. By definition, this bill expands property rights. There's nothing more bottom-up than allowing people to do what they think is best with their own property and to use market forces based on their read of the market in order to supply parking according to what appears to be necessary. I think that when we look at the reality of the situation we're in, that if we do not curb the sprawl, this will not get better. And the actual quote, one of my colleagues began to say some of it, the actual quote from the great Sir David Attenborough was that anything that you cannot do forever is by definition unsustainable. And we cannot continue to pave paradise to put up a parking lot all the way out onto the plains and not use the space that we have and not do the infill. There is no such thing as free parking. And my constituents have told me repeatedly at the doors that they want to know why we don't have transportation choices. They want to know why we're not doing infill. They want to know what I'm going to do about housing. That's what they asked me. What are you going to do about housing if we send you there? And respectfully, the Colorado Municipal League does not represent my constituents to me. I represent my constituents. You represent your constituents. We are also duly elected. And with that, I will ask for your yes vote on House Bill 1304.
Representative Frizzell, this is your second time to speak. You have 2 minutes and 13 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be very brief. I appreciate the honesty from the bill sponsor that we just heard, who was very clear that the environmental lobby supports this and is, in fact, behind this. Developers who are making money hand over fist at the expense of citizens of Colorado and Colorado taxpayers are benefiting from this and are behind this. The Colorado counties and municipalities came to the table in good faith and were shown no consideration.
Representative Frizzell, that is a characterization that goes too far.
In speaking with the Colorado counties and municipalities, they relayed to me that their feedback and suggestions were ignored in these conversations. That is not representing the citizens of Colorado. When you have business entities running the show, that is not respecting the citizens of Colorado, and I take great offense on behalf of my constituents, and by golly, the rest of you should too. Further, on page 11 of the bill, Section 3, it states, if a local government neither complies with the requirements of this section nor submits a report to the Department of Local Affairs that the department approves, blah, blah, the local government is deemed to be non-compliance with Article 35. And further down, and the Colorado Energy Office may develop policies and procedures as necessary to implement this section. We have seen plenty of sticks. I view this as yet another. I urge you to vote no on this bill.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
This is your second time to speak. You have 4 minutes, 34 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kind of dumbfounded, the sponsor just said that her constituents want her to do something. Well, there's 65 of us here, and we're fighting for our constituents, and I don't think any single legislator has the right or the entitlement to tell anybody else that us here how to do things.
Representative Hartsook, we'll stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Representative Hartsook, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, we are on third readings. I will ask you to take your seats. Conversations to a minimum, please. Thank you. Representative Hartsook, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there's all of us that represent our districts here, and as my colleagues have been up here, and I'm going to represent my district, and the folks that are fighting for their freedom, for their choice, for their options, being dictated to of how you can park in our business and everything else that would apply statewide that will impact my district as it will impact everyone's district is wrong. Government should not be forcing its hand on individuals, certainly where they're going to park, how they're going to do their businesses and things that they are trying to do for their prosperity. Whether you're a small business or a homeowner, a family, you have the right to do that. The government does not have the right to take that away from you unless you commit a crime. And until that crime is committed, then we, as a public, as a state, and as a nation, should stand for our rights and not be told how we can drive, where we can drive, and everything else that we're going to do. That is not the role of government, and that is infringing on our lives for prosperity, our lives to keep doing things for our families and for our constituents. And our constituents and my colleagues that have been up here are going to continue to fight for everything that we want and we need for our people because that's what they want us to do. I absolutely urge a vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to get up and address some of the things that the bill sponsor from El Paso County, Colorado Springs just said, because her district immediately abrupts up to mine, and everything was not correct. So let me address it. First, the sponsor said that there is no penalty or some kind of punitive thing here. I think one of the ways we could fix this is if we find anything in the bill that does that, just agree to take it all out to make that statement true. Because the statement's not true. So if we don't think there's penalties in the bill that you wrote, maybe somebody slipped it in there, tricked you. So let's get it back out of there. Because on page 11, the entire first five lines are directly dealing with the funds being withheld in a punitive way if you don't step in line to what the big bad state is telling you to do. That's exactly what the bill said, although the bill sponsor just said it doesn't say that, the one who supposedly wrote it. Also, the bill sponsor said that Colorado Springs, and I would broaden that out, El Paso County, Colorado Springs, which is my district also, is that there's these constituents that are in favor of that. I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't talked to every single person in Springs, but I know that every municipality, governmental organization, leading person in the city is against this. Mayor, City of Springs, county commissioners, the planning commissions, everybody in Colorado Springs. Everybody that has any kind of thing involved in this at all is strongly against this. So another way we could fix that is if to make it true, what the sponsor said is maybe we come back to the bill and just exempt all of the places that say they're against this. Then that would be a true statement. Because El Paso County does not want anything close to this. This is a bad idea. This is a house of cards that you build and will come crashing down eventually. At 2 in the morning yesterday, this morning, as I'm driving through Denver, it was reminded to me how bad of an idea this is. People are parking everywhere. I am almost positive I saw a car on top of another car. And we are saying, no, let's have less parking spaces, because that's what everybody wants. I mean, just everybody wants that, except all the municipalities, cities, and everybody else. But I mean, everybody wants this, right? Except all the business owners and everybody that needs parking spaces, and people with cars, and people with apartment complexes and all that stuff. This is a bad bill, and this will come crashing. Anybody getting that? Down.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We heard from the bill sponsor that there was a desire to embrace and advance bold policy. I would like to know from the bill sponsors whether it was considered to have an incentive program for businesses to innovate in order to create a vehicle suitcase modeled on that which was carried by George Jetson.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1304 on third reading and final passage. Members, we are on third readings. I will ask you to keep your voices down. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Epps, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Epps votes yes. Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy votes yes. Representative Catlin is excused. Please close the machine. With 35 aye, 26 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1304 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Epps, co-sponsors. Representative Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar to Thursday, April 18th, 2024.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Thursday, April 18th, 2024. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until later today.